Hello, hello, hello. If you can hear us, please let us know. Yes, we are starting just a smidgen late, and that is my fault entirely, which I will explain in just a minute, but it's not too bad. And we did actually manage to warn people beforehand, so that's good.
Yeah. Did you by any chance go into the afterlife? Was it that?
It kind of felt like it for a moment. I had forgot that earlier so we've been having storms all day, like huge house shaking thunderstorms, and I forgot that for just the briefest of moments the power went out. So because it was so brief, my brain was like, whatever, like it's fine, it came back on. But what didn't occur to me is that would mean that my PC shut off, the internet router shut off, like all of the important stuff shut off, and it didn't occur to me till I was up here fiddling and like getting ready, and I was like, I have no internet. Having to like fix everything and pray to God nothing was fried. Oh my good Lord.
By comparison, it has been a gloriously sunny day here in Scotland. And I know that sounds unlikely, and gloriously sunny is, of course, probably a winter's day over at your side of the world. But here it has been almost swelteringly warm. I wouldn't say hot because, let's be honest, it's Scotland. But yeah, really warm, very nice. The house was just stifling, but fortunately, I get air conditioning in here, so not a problem at all.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, also, my brother dropped his dogs off because he's going for a job interview in a different state. And, but, like, their flight got canceled because of the weather. So now they're trying to get, like, a different flight that they've got to finagle and stuff, which means that they were here much earlier than I expected. And their dogs and my dog, Sadie, when they all get together, it devolves into chaos immediately. Like they're playing, but it's like they're all over the place, and it's a whole thing, which is great for exhausting them, but is a huge pain in the ass if you're trying to get stuff done. So it's been a very busy day.
Starting on time. But
yeah,
hey,
exactly.
We're here. This stream has been delayed once or twice already, so I think 15 minutes doesn't really matter all that much, because today is that stream we have been threatening, that subject we have been long suggesting would one day come, and it is indeed the afterlife. What happens to your soul after death? Does Warhammer have anything to say on this? Is it consistent? Are we going to have to make up a lot of shit? Is this something that there's lots of answers for or very few answers for? Is this another example of where the Empire gets everything and the rest of the world gets nothing? Because that's often the case for Warhammer. You're going to find that in this case, not so much.
Yeah, this one is really, really fun because it's quite... This is going to be a very different Wednesday episode too, because normally when we go into Wednesday episodes, we tend to just pretty much from the get-go tackle subjects where we're not really looking at any specific info and we just kind of jump in and just have fun with it. This one, we have a lot more to work with than normal for a Wednesday episode, but a lot less than a Sunday episode. So it's kind of a fun little mid-ground, which is...
It's fun. Yeah, exactly. It's funny because we actually have more for this episode than many of our Sunday episodes.
That's also true. There's more text here than there was for like the Dragon Ogres.
Like way more text than there was for the Dragon Ogres. But the Dragon Ogres had a lot to discuss around it, which wasn't making stuff up, it was contextualizing and explaining. Where in this case, we're going to have to, at points, just say there isn't an answer. There just isn't. So we need to now come up with an answer that you think works best. And as it's a Wednesday episode, we'll throw that out to you as well for you to say which ones you think are best out of the various options that we have in front of us. Some of the text is very, very certain as to what happens after death. But then another text come along, it's also very certain, and it contradicts it. And it becomes particularly difficult when we head into the undead, because the undead are categorical about what happens while simultaneously contradicting it all over the place. So it's super fun.
And I want to start real quick. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into this. Actually, no, there's a couple quick things we need to take care of before we get started. First of all, I believe we're still kind of figuring out exactly how it's going to be addressed. But I did want to thank everyone that helped with all the Board Game Geek stuff, but there's been some weird shenanigans about that.
I don't even know what's going on there. They have just decided, nah, screw it, we're going to remove everything.
Yeah, and their excuses for it have been pretty lame. So I and several others, including Lindsay and such, are attempting to investigate what the hell's going on and get everything reinstated. But it looks weird, and it is weird. So we'll see what happens. I'm not super impressed with them right now, but
yeah, if you've had a Board Game Geek account for a while, which you very well may have, and you find yourself in the same position as me where reviews have just vanished, or your reviews have vanished, or all your friends' reviews have vanished, then feel free to send them a message saying, excuse me, what happened? Because it's rubbish. It's
even if you
rubbish.
make an account, sending a personal review, be polite, but be like, hey, I love this game. I made an account for this, especially because I want to support the creators. Where's my thing? That way we can prove categorically that we're not all bots. But
I mean, who would just send 100 bots?
Yeah, I know. It's like I would have sent thousands if I was botting, but whatever. In any event,
it's crazy.
Also, there will be no Wednesday episode next week because I will be in the midst of traveling and other shenanigans. But the good news is the next Wednesday episode that we have, which is not next week, but the week after, as well as that Sunday, will be in person, which is going to be super exciting.
We're going to actually be in the same space, which is crazy. Yeah, looking forward to that a lot.
I cannot express how excited I am for that. I've been looking at a lot of y'all's recommendations for what we should do. Those are still up in both me and Andy's Discord. Y'all still have time. If you have ideas for what you think, well, if they're going to be in person, they should do this because it's like the coolest thing they could possibly do. We would love to see that because it'd be nice to do something that's a little more special than normal. So more on that in the coming days. But exciting stuff. And unless you've got anything before we get into it, Andy, I think we're good to go.
I don't think I do. Looking forward to this one because it's a subject that is really important for a variety of different reasons. If you're, for example, in the roleplay game, but it's very badly handled in many places. So I'm looking forward to diving in and coming up with some cool ideas.
All right, so let's go ahead and get all the super chats came before. I do want to give a special shout out to WPKM, who I do hope was able to join us today because I know he was sitting very eagerly, super excited in the chat like 2 weeks ago or however long it was, and left a super chat before the show even started. And I just want to call out his that said, "Oh boy, I've been waiting for this. I've been playing a Priest of War for over 10 years, so I got a ton of questions. Time to splurge big on this one. I hope you can make it. If you can't, feel free to just DM me and I'll answer all the questions you want because I just feel bad." But with that, let's go ahead and get into the ones that came in before the show started and get this party on the roll. Shu, hi, first time super chat. Well, thank you, Shu. Really appreciate that. Sorry to hear about the Dark Deeds review. I just left one again. Well, look at you being a super extra achiever. Appreciate that.
You rock. Thank you very much.
Can we talk about the Carrick Asgal book that has the Lich Elf and the Dwarf Whites? Kind of related to the stream. I would say it's super related, in fact.
It is.
So I'm going to start this by saying that for most of the community that I've ever talked to, people that really love the lore and like discussing it, whenever you bring up the Carrick Asgal book, everyone in the room groans, which is not great. That book has a lot of very unique takes and a lot of bizarre nonsense that has never appeared outside of that book ever again. Or if it did, it's from like really, really old stuff. So I will say, I'll start by saying that is one of those books I don't recommend people read. Or if they do, just take the parts they really like and don't worry about it. But if you're trying to contextualize it within the wider world, it falls apart super fast. That doesn't mean the stuff that happens is impossible that's in it. It could just be a place where there's some very unique things going on. But generally, elf liches, not really a thing you see ever, really, because why would an elf be a lich? It's a downgrade. from like
Yeah.
becoming a lich has problems. It causes certain like deformities and downgrades. If you're already immortal, or at least as close as you can get to being immortal, and if you're a wizard, you can easily just bump it that little bit extra to become legitimately immortal. Why would you become a lich? And making dwarfs into wights is theoretically possible, but it's so much harder than making anything else a wight. Anything else. Literally every other creature on the Warhammer world is easier to make into a wight than a fucking dwarf because they're so resistant to magic. And we'll talk about the dwarf afterlife. Their spirits have a very clear set of rules they follow, which makes them really hard to fuck with.
Yeah, so first, Kara Kazgal. Kara Kazgal is one of the first Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition books. And you might go, well, that surely means that they put more, work into it. One of the first ones surely was more important. Arguably, yes. But Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay's first set of books were, let's say, a bit of a discussion point behind the scenes because they made a lot of lore errors and some of them were enormous, like truly big. Like, for example, mentioning the real world days of the week as a part of the Warhammer world. They don't have Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays. That's very much real world. They've got their own versions. But Kara Kazgal used real world days because the writer, William Simone, I think it was him, didn't know Warhammer as well as he could have. And that's not a bad thing because sometimes non-Warhammer writers create the coolest Warhammer stuff. They just need to have somebody sitting above them who goes, you can't do that, you need to change that, that bit over here needs to change to be appropriate for Warhammer. Unfortunately, that didn't happen for this book. And we've got ourselves a book that is full of stuff that is inventive, sometimes cool, quite clearly dwarf frontier time, almost Aka Deadwood, if you know Deadwood, because that was definitely one of the core ideas behind the thinking of it. It's almost like a Deadwood frontier settlement sitting on the edge of Kara Kazgal. And there's lots of cool ideas in there, but loads of it contradict the lore. And this down here gives a very clear example of some places where that's the case. So if you want to include it in your game, go wild. In fact, I suggest you do go wild because for your own games, for your own world of Warhammer, what you do at your own games, you do anything. But when it comes to actual fitting in with everything else, this book is one of those outliers that, just no.
Pyrote! Thinking of Andy's comment on all gods being elven, it's easy to draw one-to-one with the classical gods, but Ulrich doesn't line up with this in his interference with the Tutakin and crowding Sigmar. He seems really uniquely human. Can you comment on this?
Disagree.
Man.
So, that doesn't help very much. So I obviously wrote all the Ulrichy bits for Tome of Salvation back in the day, and I did all the updates for Ulrich, wrote it for the new 4th edition parts 2 to bring the god back up to date. And Ulrich very much does appear to be exactly what you describe. As for how it could potentially go with others, I don't think it needs to. I don't think we necessarily need to draw equations where all of human gods have got some sort of elven equivalent. That was the comment you're referencing where I said that all gods are elven gods, was a tongue-in-cheek comment which was a hot take that we could potentially take. And my hot take was, they're all just gods. And I'll try to give a bit more context for that. There's no such thing as an elf god. And by that I mean, they're just gods. And the Warhammer world is full of gods, some of which are associated with certain species and certain things that happen in the real world, but that's often because of the species in the Warhammer world, not the real world, pardon me, in the Warhammer world, and what they particularly fear or venerate or are aware of. Meaning that gods like, say, Manan, Mathlan, et al., all the sea gods, all kind of get bunched together and are probably all the same entity. But the gods are just gods. Calling them elven gods per se is not strictly accurate because most of them, almost all of them, in fact, are worshipped around the world in lots of other ways. And again, I use the word worship here really lightly, but I use it because it's a term that everybody generally recognizes as a term for use with gods. Let's say revered. That might be a better use of the word. But they are revered by species across the Warhammer world in a variety of different ways. Now, that doesn't mean that all gods are the same, that all the gods that the elves revere in particular are also all the gods that everyone else must. There's a lots of different types of gods out there. But yeah, I don't think it's actually that controversial.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah,
I mean,
it isn't. Yeah, there's some fuzzy lines at the borders of that statement.
Yeah.
Mr. Bourne, get yourself some peanuts for the flight. Mr. Bourne, I say this with all due respect. I don't think they sell them for only 2 pounds anymore. I don't think you get peanuts for 2 pounds. But thank you. Super Urluck, the curse of Cain / Narco / the Gash has been lifting. Praise more. Well, what you don't all realize is that in order to view this stream, you have all sadly died. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this.
It is the truth.
Yeah. You all bit it in the lead up. Fire Snake 905. Does the winds of magic have any impact? Oh, this is a great question. Do the winds of magic have any impact on the strength of enchanted weapons or objects? Sometimes.
Yeah. Often a lot, and typically at the speed of plot. And
that's such a good way to put it.
Whenever a writer remembers the winds of magic exist, and they want their particular hero who happens to be carrying an artifact that could be potentially embellished by a wind, suddenly it works. All the rest of the time, it kind of doesn't. It generally works at the speed of plot. It is, however, something that if you were creating rules, you could create rules for it, but I would generally suggest that you have the standard, and maybe when there's a storm of magic on and there's loads of magic, and the differences that happen at that point. So you've got yourself sort of 2 levels, and if you've got a great incursion of chaos, that's almost on the edge of a permanent storm of magic all the time. So all the ancient weapons begin to perk up, the runes light up, and they become potentially more powerful. You'll find this is often the case for dwarf runic blades if you look how they're portrayed in the fiction, where they might have very simple rules. For example, this rune of dragon slaying does a few extra wounds to a dragon. Ba-doom, we're done. But if you take a look at what happens in the fiction, okay, suddenly, he gets super buff, he jumps up and bashes it, something ridiculous, or whatever else it might be that the writer decides will occur because of this particular rune. And this is often because of a great onrush of magic that causes it to occur, or just because a god happens to say, today is the day you're going to kill this. Sigmar, yay! Writers often love saying it was all Sigmar all along. But loosely speaking, do the winds of magic have impact on enchanted weapons or objects? The answer is yes, because it's magic interacting with other magic, and it won't always be good. And that is, I think, the big mistake many people make. Magic does not interact very well with other magic. We know if you merge magics together, we get horrible dar, and we get all sorts of corruption and horribleness. If you get yourself fixed magic which can't move, which suddenly gets hit by loads of other magic, it's a little bit like forcing magnets together. You can push them together, but it might cause something to slip and spin off. If you've got a powerful magnet, it might actually cause damage, as you might find the magic that's trapped within it starts pushing back and repelling against it, causing all manner of weird things. If you want to figure out how that might impact your game, an easy way would just be having miscast rules happening around a particularly powerful weapon.
Another really good example of this is kind of a better in-universe understanding of like when enchanted weapons clash, one of them will often explode. And it's because you have these forces of magic literally slamming into each other. Now I fully agree. Like I think the moment you know you're dealing with like someone that has a really good contextual understanding of like magical things in the Warhammer world is when they have their characters in a situation where there's a lot of magic and the items they have get secondary effects, or the effects that they have become dangerous. Like I remember seeing one where like there are characters that'll have like an amulet or something that can like ward off magic, but it like when it does it, it generates heat. And then if someone unleashes, if there's too much magic, it literally burns them. Like it gets so hot that it burns them and causes like horrible scars, things like that. So it's one of those things it should be in the lore and you should be able to play around with it. Absolutely.
If you want to see an example of that, when we were playing Lawhammer, when we had our characters arrive at the big Death from the Reich conclusion, I won't say what it is, but they had a big hefty magic sword with them, and it caused them more problems than it solved. because
Yeah.
the place was absolutely saturated with magic, and often dark magics that had come from a huge chunk of warpstone. And because there was so much magic in the area, the runes were interacting with the world around it wrong, and everything was going with this particular weapon a little bit out of control, and it caused just problems. So that's one way it can come out, but it's not always negative. Sometimes it's positive as well, as the rune becomes more powerful or more capable of doing whatever it is it needs to do.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll add is this is a really good way to not necessarily punish, but to really mess with characters that have an over-reliance on certain magic items. Like, if you have a character that gets a nice magic item, he's like, this will solve all my problems. As a GM, you could be like, oh, will it now?
Just bring up this one. Oh, so that's why that occurred. Yes, that's why that occurred. Magic is dangerous. And in the Warhammer world, trapping magic in something is dangerous. It takes extraordinary skill to do it well, and dwarves will take sometimes months to years crafting even the simplest of runes. And that's because doing it right is what's important, not doing it quick. And if you do it even slightly wrong, the magic can go crazy.
I think this is also a great way to show off how a normal enchanted weapon is inferior to a runic weapon, and that runes are very carefully precisely designed to handle overflow, whereas a human enchanted weapon will not. Orc weapons are notorious for that, where they feed on Wa magic, which makes them horrifically devastatingly powerful, but they're also prone to exploding. So anyway,
all of that.
Cole Patterson, if this stream happened the first time, I'd be freezing in Pennsylvania. Now I'm pleasantly intoxicated on a Florida beach. Oh, someone's in an upgrade.
That's turned out really well for you, Cole. Hope you enjoy it.
Yep. Warzags, Morgan Mischief. Hello, Andy and Sotek. Hope you're both doing well. I had a question about Lord Croak. At this point in Age of Sigmar, would you say that Lord Croak is the old one reborn, or is he still just a Slon? Okay, so I will say that Lord Croak in AOS is bonkers. He is god level. He is as strong as the gods that are running around, and it's not hard to figure out that he is stronger than most of them. He's scary, but the lore still reinforces that he is not as powerful as he was when he was alive. He has grown. If you do a direct comparison of feat to feat from 8th edition Warhammer writing to Age of Sigmar writing, you go, oh, he's a lot stronger. But if you go look at his segments in the new Old World writing, you go, what the fuck? He's insane. And agreed. I think that's because they're kind of back scaling how strong he should have been from the AOS writing. So I would say that, interestingly enough, and I think this is important, I don't think he's Old One level, which I think is good, because Age of Sigmar, we have all these gods around stuff. We have a lot more Old One stuff kicking around in AOS because of the realm gates, because most of them are very specifically said to be Old One tech. And they've delved more into what I can only describe as the most insane space opera sci-fi levels of tech for the old ones, where you have literal cities where time runs backwards and a bunch of other crazy bullshit. And so all that to say, I think he's still just a Slon, but he's by far the strongest of their kind, period. It's not oh, he's a first generation. It's no, he's the first. And it feels like it. In AOS, he feels much more of what he should have been to a real extent in fantasy. But Old World seems to kind of be backing that up. So, but I would still say no, he's not Old One level. You have to remember that Old One level was, at the end of the day, the Old Ones were, depending on which source you believe, these were entities that were apparently able to trade blows with the Dark Gods. And while they ultimately lost, they were able to do it, which is so beyond bullshit feat level that we don't have time to get into that.
I think, broadly speaking, I agree. And my only comment in this one will be that when Lord Croak was first designed, all the way back for 5th edition Warhammer, he was just a first spawning clan mummy thing that got carried around and was very reminiscent of some of the old slam material that they'd had for the third edition of Warhammer, and just getting reinterpreted with the new lens for their new version of the Lizardmen. And as each edition of Warhammer came out after that, what the old slan were got rewritten and upgraded each time, until eventually we've got something that, when we look at the old world, is very clearly what we, as just standard commentators on what is the most and least powerful things inside the Warhammer world, what we can say is almost certainly one of the most powerful things that ever walked the Warhammer world in terms of non-god, non-old ones. But he absolutely isn't an old one, and he isn't an old one reborn either. He's a slan, a first-generation slan, and that's what they were like. That's it. That's just what they were like. They were that powerful. They were that ridiculous. And they were absolutely massacred by the coming of chaos. So that gives you a bit of an idea of just how awful those times were.
Luigi Super, if we took all the death gods as the same, would Mor's Garden and Nehakar's Underworld be the same, or would there still be different even then? So this is something we're going to talk a lot about.
Yeah. And it's also not Mor's Garden.
Yeah.
The Realm of Mor is not Mor's Garden. The Gardens of Mor are the graveyards, and they're the Gardens of Mor. But that's not what Mor's Realm is called, although one or two writers have accidentally conflated the two. But the graveyards are the Gardens of Mor, the physical places you can go to.
So we'll talk about this.
Yeah, we certainly will. Good one.
Predator. Oh, you get the Great Green is the best. Wow. Funny enough, the Great Green is the easiest, but we'll get to that in a little bit. It's very funny, too. It's very funny. Curtis Newman. Hi, Lorebeards. So with the extra DLC being, /DLC being confirmed, I was wondering if Slaanesh will possibly cherish an exalted hero that will join his army. I can't tell if you're making a reference to a specific person or if you're just talking in general. I mean, Slaanesh, one of the best descriptions I've ever seen about Slaanesh was when Age of Sigmar was addressing Sigvald, where it talked about like why he went away for however many millions or hundreds of thousands of years it's been, and then he just suddenly came back, and now Slaanesh is like loving on him again. And basically the way it described Slaanesh as, once again, they're not personable entities, but sometimes they kind of are for the sake of like giving a moment of reference.
Yeah.
It describes Slaanesh as being a child that deeply loves and enjoys all of his toys until they leave his line of sight. And then he immediately forgets about them. That ADHD. Everything to Slaanesh is disposable. Not necessarily in like a really intentional sense, but Slaanesh is like the most ADHD of the gods in that sense, which is very funny. And when you kind of look at Slaanesh, it's very accurate. Slaanesh tends to lavish affection in the moment. But if you, and this is something you actually see explored a little bit in like the Liber Chaotica, where it talks about like Azazel, and Samael, where a lot of the demon princes are very nervous about keeping Slaanesh's attention because they worry if they lose it for even like a little bit, he'll just completely forget about them. It will completely forget about them. And I think that works really well for Slaanesh.
Let me just bring that one up. We're talking about the tabletop when we're discussing the old world there. Tabletop wargame.
But so would they cherish an exalted hero? Yeah, I think they would. 10,000 ants. Hi, are afterlives related but separate from the ether? There's a question. Or could demons find and invade Shyama's courts of the ancestor halls? Oh, okay. So technically, those are two different. You worded that very cleverly. 10,000 ants. I thought I had an easy answer there, and then you hit me with the second half. So once again, this is something we'll address. I feel like this will be better handled in the full context of that. There are several underworlds that seem to, beyond a shadow of a doubt, exist without any argument whatsoever, but they're treated much more like pocket dimensions, which are such as the Shyama's Court of the Dead and the Ancestor Halls of the Dwarves.
Yeah, the mistake of many a Warhammer writer is forgetting that the Aether is big and having to create new bits of it. The Aether is huge. It incorporates all of this and more. Now, does that mean you can easily move from one part to another? No, because the Aether doesn't form or conform to standard physical laws. Just because it's a part of the Aether doesn't mean that you can easily invade. It also doesn't mean that you can't not easily invade. So this is going to be something we're going to be discussing as we go along, because there are conflicting stories as to how they work, but there is, loosely speaking, an underlying theory that pretty much makes all of it sort of work.
Antagonists. Hi guys, if you were rewriting the end times, would you keep the part where the forces in the gash join others to fight against the coming of chaos? In the grand scheme, yes, absolutely. But I would probably do like a couple things different, but overall, yes.
Yeah. So the idea that the undead, Nagash in particular, wants to stop the coming of chaos is entirely sound. I do not think there is any issues there in the slightest. The execution of it is something that I would probably take some exceptions to.
I agree. Yeah. Where we got is, I don't have as big of an issue with how we got there. But where do fishermen go when they die? I mean, besides straight down, well, maybe they go up. You know, maybe they buoy with death gases. I need the answer by Friday. Thank you. What are you doing on Friday where you need to know what happens when fishermen die? In this case, I don't know. Maybe they become I don't know. Make it up. That's what we would do.
Yeah, it is pretty much what we do.
Darius, after that Gorebat stream, I really want him to come back now. I was this grizzled, deformed orc that is almost the Warhammer equivalent of Gothmog from Lord of the Rings. He'd be so sexy. All right, hey, you're into what you're into. We're not going to judge.
I'm never going to judge someone else's king. You go, Darius.
I do love the idea of someone sitting in the third Lord of the Rings movie and Gothmog comes on screen. There's one person in the audience being like, oh, yeah. And everyone else like, the fuck? Mr. Bourne, noted. Oh, thank you, Bourne. Appreciate it. It's probably a bad time to mention I really don't like peanuts that much. Shadisian, what Richter Kruger? From the Damned and the Curse Company. So, Damned and the Curse was a dog of war regiment where, if memory serves, he is a cursed individual that I can't remember if it's that if he kills someone, they get resurrected as like an undead that follows him around, or if it's just that undead that he's near get up and follow him around. I think I believe there's a specific interaction, but that's not really an afterlife. It's more of just a curse. Which the Warhammer world is full of curses. There's lots of different kinds of curses. This is only in the loosest way related, but I wouldn't say it's related to the topic at all, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed. There are all manner of Walking Dead nonsense that occurs that ensures that the spirit, the soul, a quick way to generally think of it is basically your character, your memories, the things you know, and how that will appear won't necessarily dissolve after death. So this is just one example of that. Yeah, totally fine.
Necromancer Cobalt, congratulations! Y'all have been hired for the Realms of Chaos Tourism Board. No, you may not decline. How would you sell the Realms of the Chaos Gods? What, like it's property easy. Value?
So, if you're in the Warhammer world, it's nice and simple. It's your classic Chaos Cultist spin, and that's this. They're going to win. Okay, so you've just got to choose which one of these four options is your best way to continue on into the next life. Because the Warhammer world is going to burn down to the ground. Chaos is going to win. Which do you choose? And then pretty much whichever is your own preference will sort itself out, surely.
I would take advantage of modern day American boomer ideology, and I would say, look, it's infinite space and time doesn't exist. So think about how much your property will appreciate in value over the infinite time scale. They'd fall for it easily. I'd have no problem.
You would.
All right. With that, we're all caught up. Andy, I don't know if you have an intro for this one because this one's a little weird to do an intro
Yeah,
for.
it's a bit of a weird one, but I'll do a little intro.
Great, I can finish my chicken sandwich while you're doing that.
That sounds perfect, because I noticed you were eating, so I thought I better come up with an intro.
I'm almost...
So, there's a few things to point out about this stream before we go. The afterlife in Warhammer is defined. We know what it is. We know what happens with the spirit or the soul after death, because it's been described by multiple different writers in multiple different ways that contradict themselves. So we're here today to sift through that and try to explain what actually happens. And then when we hit a big lore gap, of which there are several, some of which are enormously surprising, and I'm more. Some of them are actually more. Some of them are huge, so huge that I've tried to tackle it more than one occasion and actually been told not to once. So that's a whole discussion to come a little bit later. But loosely speaking, we're discussing today what happens when someone takes whatever magical sword or bit of stone dropped by a passing pterodon or whatever else it might be. Take that, Be'lakor. Whatever may occur to kill you, physically, what happens to your soul afterwards? And we're defining the soul or the spirit here as pretty much how it's defined in most Warhammer references. And that is the bit of you that carries on and doesn't need a physical body. That might make a ghost, for example. That might make a spirit. That might make something. And it, importantly, has your knowledge and memories, but may have lost its ability to interact for one reason or another. What happens to this soul after death? What happens to a human soul? What happens to a dwarf, an elf, an orc, a beastman's soul? What happens when the body dies and that spirit presumably comes out of it? If we're in the Empire, it's generally presumed that the spirit, the soul, unlike many real-world religions, resides in the head, which is why skulls are such an important component of many religious iconography with the Empire, because that is, in many respects, a physical representation of the soul of the individual who had been there. We're going to be discussing what happens after death. And I'm going to, before we go into it all, summarize what has always happened in Warhammer after death, because it has been consistent from the beginning to the end. There is a really simple story here, but then there's a whole bunch of things that complicate it. But basically this happens. You die, your spirit departs into the aether, or if you want to call it something else, the warp, the realm of chaos, the immaterium, the realm of the gods, whatever you want to call it. And it goes into a hinterlands part. It doesn't go into any realm of Slanesh or the realm of Mor, the realm of anything else. It just lifts up from where you are into the aether, where it will then, if your soul is powerful, continue. If your soul is not powerful, most mortal people, it just dissipates into nothing and is gone. It's a little bit like burning a body and getting nothing but smoke rising up from that. You will never see that person again because it's smoke. And the spirit just dissipates into the warp in the aether and is lost forever. But there's a problem with that. For all repeated books say that, it's actual bullshit. It's not true. And it's demonstrably not true for multiple reasons. And we're going to be going into a whole host of reasons for why it's demonstrably not true. But I will give just one single one. There are multiple necromancy spells that allow you to summon back from a corpse the spirit. And it knows what it knew. You can ask questions of this spirit, and it knows what it knew. That completely contradicts the core understanding of what happens with the Warhammer soul. So we then have to say, why does this happen? What is actually occurring here? And if we go, for example, to the biggest starting point that most people generally go with when we discuss the soul, the Liber Necris, it gives you an answer. It says all those spells, they don't exist. It's lying because the spell has dissipated, it has gone into the warp, it has been destroyed. And all those necromancy spells that you can legitimately use in various editions of Warhammer don't exist. So, the best place to start, the Liber Necris, where it will, and we may go into some detail here, goes into a long discussion about what happens with the soul after death and how undeath works and how the soul is actually a multifaceted jewel with lots of different parts of it. And different creatures have still got parts of their soul, but not all of it. It's all bullshit. And we know it's all bullshit because of one thing, the very spells that the writer of that book uses. Necromancy, which constantly contradict every single starting point for Warhammer, which means that we, coming in now today, are going to have to say what is actually happening here. And because the books don't give an answer, they only give an answer for a single book, a single species, and that answer is often for that single book or single species contradicted in another book elsewhere. We are today going to be coming up with some form of a universal theorem. What are all the afterworlds of the gods? What actually happens to this soul, this spirit that should have been utterly destroyed, but can somehow be brought back? What is going on?
Yeah, and I 100% fully agree with Andy on this, of that there is the biggest thing that I think it's important to throw right out the door is the idea that when someone dies, they just kind of like discorporate into the ether and the end. That theory falls apart, like Andy said, if you put it up against literally anything else. Now, there are other explanations for which we'll kind of get into about why that could appear to be happening. Because while it is possible to resurrect the vast majority of things, there are times where like trying to resurrect a particular individual won't work because like there's nothing you can find of them. Or like the spell reaches out and it just finds nothingness because something has happened to it. But like Andy said, the vast majority, especially with how the quote unquote soul works, of that, even a zombie, which you may think, oh, well, there's no soul in a zombie. Yeah, there is. It's itty bitty. And it's very muted and fuzzy and not at all close to what it once was. But the body is very much part of the soul in Warhammer Fantasy.
In fact, I think that's worth discussing to begin with. Before we start diving into all the specifics, let's discuss what the Liber Necris presents, because it is, for many, the starting point. Because in the Liber Necris, we have good old Manfred von Karstein, who has studied this across the world, coming up with what he believes is the universal theory of the soul. And I won't go into all the special little names because in the end, it's just lots of funny little bits, your ab and your cab, whatever. Okay, what's really important is this, that you, when you are born, your physical body is a part of you. Your entire body, your entire existence is your soul. Your physical body and your mind, what you think, even your shadow is a part of you. All of these things combined together create your soul. When you die, a part of your physical soul component dies and begins to rot away in the physical world. And then your actual soul part, your mind, drifts out and goes into the aether, and as far as Manfred von Karstein is concerned, is gone forever unless something stops it. For example, you cast necromancy on a recently deceased person and you hold that soul in place so that you can ask questions of it or you can force it to re-inhabit something else. A zombie has nothing of the original soul, according to Manfred von Karstein. What he claims is that you use magic and the aether itself to empower that body. It doesn't need a mind. It doesn't have its original mind. Its soul is gone forever. You're just using the body like a puppet. The soul is gone. The physical component is still there, rotting away slowly, and you use magic to animate it. Skeletons, slightly different kettle of fish, but not much different. And as we go through the various different undead types, whether it's wights, whether it's cairn, ghosty things, or whatever else, there's so many different versions. Loosely speaking, unless they've got a reason for their soul to stay in close to the Warhammer world, it drifts off and is gone forever. That is it. It doesn't come back. And that is, loosely speaking, what he believes happens. And he tries, and when I say he, Marian Verstauffer, the author, tries to justify why all of the various necromancy spells that summon back people who are dead, who may have been dead for centuries, can do so. And his justification is, yeah, it doesn't work. Which is demonstrably not true. So the best way to view what the Liber Necris is that it is an in-character piece designed to fool other people into believing what Manfred wants them to believe. It is a collection of his studies, but it is not accurate.
The Liber Necris, I think that's the best possible way to talk about what it actually feels like when you read it, is it feels like Manfred is deliberately using it to mislead people trying to understand necromancy in a very, very clever way that also simultaneously does a pretty good job at stabbing daggers into like what gods are and making gods look like very different, not good things. It comes off, if you read it very carefully and compare it to what actually happens in the Warhammer world, it comes off like a very cleverly written propaganda piece, which is what it really should be.
And that's perfect. And if we accept that it's a propaganda piece, and we accept that what he's describing is not a lie, as in many people's souls will drift off into nothingness because they're little people whose souls do not have a great deal of power, and on the onslaught of death, they drift off for whatever reason. There are multiple examples that we can cite from multiple sources where that doesn't happen, even for the little souls. So we have to now say, well, what does happen?
So I think the best way to approach this, because there's a lot of different ways we can approach this, is I actually think starting with the Nehekarans is probably the safest bet, because they have a surprisingly robust afterlife.
Yeah, let's do that one. Let's start with Nehekara.
And I think what we'll do is we'll kind of meander our way through various races, and then we'll end up at more, because more I think is the best place to end at, because it gets really fucking weird when we get over there.
It really does. And I will just state right now, for those of you looking for all your answers for more, the setting is awful at answering this with anything resembling clarity. But there was behind the scenes on more than one occasion very clear clarity for what was going to be written. So I can speak to that to a degree, because I was there at the writing for 2nd edition and 4th edition for what was the case at least at 2 eras, and also what was the case for 1st edition, because I spoke to Graham about that for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2, because we had a big, long discussion about more. But more's problematic. The rest of them, arguably less so, but also arguably more so, because they pose truths that sometimes just look, but some of them are definitely real.
Yeah. So, when you're dealing with the Tomb Kings, the Tomb Kings had a fairly standard. So Tomb Kings as a faction didn't exist for a lot of Warhammer Fantasy's history. They were just undead. Then we get to 6th edition, where they get split to their own book, and their own book is great, but it relies on a lot of, like, you know, they're Egyptians, and it's more describing their history, and then it kind of moves on. 8th edition, because Tomb Kings did not get a 7th edition book. 8th edition, the Tomb Kings got pretty heavily reinvented, like significantly. So, I mean, the easiest example I can give of like how crazily they got reinvented is that the authors, I think in a very interesting way, though I think they did it more for gameplay reasons, not for lore reasons, but lore-wise, it works out in a very fun way. Tomb Kings went from being a faction that only used prayers, so they had no magic. 6th edition Tomb Kings could not use magic; they only used prayers. In 8th edition, it flipped, where now they use magic, though they still use them like prayers, and they still have interactions with their gods, but they use actual spells and use sorcery and stuff, which recontextualizes them in some really interesting ways, but that's not really what we're here to talk about. The Underworld. 8th edition actually went into depth. They included a little blurb that's super interesting about the Nehekaran Underworld, which is known as the Realm of Souls. Which you may go, oh, I know that, because in Total War, it's like a mechanic. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And the big reasoning for this is that the authors were essentially trying to explain how they basically tried to separate the Tomb King undead from all of the other undead. And they were trying to say, okay, why is it that like Tomb King skeletons are so much more like fancy and are able to have all these like weirder interactions, you know, where their spells quite literally have things about how, oh, their spells restore some of their capabilities that they had in life, and like kind of reinfuse them with more of themselves. Why did they bother with mummification and all this stuff? Why are the Tomb Kings the way they are? And they basically went, well, let's use the underworld to kind of explain it. And so what they did is that you have the underworld, which is what the Tomb Kings call it, or the netherworld. Those were their two terms. And the thing I really like about the 8th edition book is that it does a really good job of not saying it doesn't say this is what happens God voice. It says this is what is believed to happen. And this is what the Lich Priests tell people. Yeah. Which what it says in 8th edition is that, okay, so when you die in the Tomb King in Nehekara, your soul goes to the netherworld and you will be judged, and one of two things will happen to you. If you were awesome and you lived a life that the Nehekarans approved of, and especially if you were royal, that was the big thing. If you were royal and you were on the top of the pyramid and made sure to donate proper amounts of money to the mortuary cult while you were alive, you got to go to the upper levels of the netherworld, where you lived in a paradise. There were these grand palaces of gold that you lived in. You had all of your servants, all of your material possessions, everything that was buried in your pyramid with you, you got to take with you. You took all of your possessions, everything that was in your tomb with you into the afterlife, into the netherworld. So you would live in extravagant wonderfulness. You were basically kind of in heaven, waiting for the mortuary cult to fulfill their promise of creating a golden immortal paradise on Earth, and you just chilled out with all of your buddies in the land of the dead. But if you were poor, or you didn't make the mortuary cult very happy, and you did things that the Nehekarans didn't approve of, so you were a sinner, but by their moral code, which is very different, you would be banished to the depths of the netherworld, which sucked. It was hell. And it was not a good place to be. You didn't want to be down there. And you would get kicked down to the bottom, where you would languish for eternity in suffering. And it's a very moralistic paradigm that benefits the Lich Priests. And what the Lich Priests believed is that they believed that when they would use their form of necromancy, which they did through their relationship with the Nehekaran gods, that they would call out to the gods, especially Usiri, and say, hey, we need to bring back so-and-so to put him in this statue, or to put him back in his body, or whatever. And the god would be like, okay, I will facilitate this change. I will allow this soul to leave the realm of the dead, or the underworld, and to come back to his mortal body, because you did the proper offerings and stuff. But when he dies, he has to come back. And they'd be like, okay, boss, you got it. And it was this transactional process. And the Lich Priests believed that they could only do this because they had the god's approval. And to be fair to them, they're pretty good at it, where they were good at taking specific personalities and bodies and putting them into like Ushabti. Well, not Ushabti, because Ushabti are actually moved by the gods themselves. But like Tomb Scorpions have Lich Priests inside them. Or the many of the War Sphinxes or the Necrolith Colossi have Tomb Kings or great warriors inside of them. You have the whole thing with the Chimeric Titans, which have entire dynasties inside them, powering them, which is hilarious. And then of course, we know that what's interesting though, is that the lore very heavily implies the Tomb Kings don't remember the realm of the dead. That as far as they're aware, they die and then they wake up, and they're in their undead bodies after Nagash's spell failed, and they're pissed because everybody lied to them. And they did not get what they wanted.
Were looking for. Where's my shining golden body? What's going on?
The rug pull was made apparent. But there are some parts of their what the Lich Priests claim that do seem to work out, which is that all of the individuals whose bodies they had ritually prepared to go into the underworld, what the Lich Priest told them was, oh, we're going to mummify you because this protects you from the things that might attack you along your journey to the realm of the dead. This will protect you from demons or predatory entities that will eat your soul if we don't protect you. And that appears to be true because the Tomb Kings, when they come back, or the people that went through the mummification process, they are fully aware. They're much more powerful than they were in life. And because all of the like restrictions that a living body has essentially been removed, and they have all their faculties, they're fully aware and all that stuff. Whereas the people that received less and less protection through the various blessings and rituals of Lich Priests, at best case could only have little, they're almost automatons. Like the basic skeleton warrior, the Tomb Kings can perform the roles of like battle, but they're not thinking, speaking individuals. They're functionally just robots.
Yeah, to put one little underline in this, if we start with our baseline view that when the physical body dies, the spirit, the soul, moves off into the realm of the gods, the aether, the other side, and either is consumed or drifts apart. When spells and certain prayers are put upon the body, it protects that spirit and binds it in some regard into the material realm. They've got to be effective. They've got to be either supported by divine backing or arcane backing. And by arcane, I mean using magic. So arcane or divine backing. But if you have the arcane or divine backing, it works. And the Nekarans slowly but surely figured out a variety of prayers, a variety of rituals that allowed them to keep what they considered to be the soul together in one place so that they could hopefully later return to the physical corporal part of the soul, the body, and turn it into the golden body that they had long promised their great divine dynasties and kind of failed to bring about. Oops.
Yeah. Now, the other interesting part before I get into the big, one of the things the End Times did, in my opinion, well, is that, so for the Tomb Kings, even if your body is completely and utterly destroyed beyond the point that they could put you back together, that does not mean oblivion. That what they do is they use your body to then create what are known as sepulchral stalkers, where they literally take your soul and the dust of what's left of you, and they form it into these statues that they're not like super crazy sentient slash stuff, but they're far more advanced than like typical skeleton warriors, and they're used as guardians around the borders, and they can turn people to stone with gaze and stuff. But they're these enchanted statues that you get housed in because they can't rebuild you back into skeleton form anymore because you got too fucked up. And the Tomb Kings do have a sense of oblivion because they have weapons like the Destroyer of Eternities, which is this horrible thing that they believe if it cuts you, destroys your soul, casts it into absolute oblivion, which the Tomb Kings think is the scariest fucking thing in the universe. To them, there is nothing worse than oblivion. That is the thing they are terrified of.
So far, all themes sound. Very loosely speaking, we've got an afterlife that they believe you can go to, and they have a variety of rituals that they can use to try and ensure you reach that afterlife rather than any of the other potential horror shows that lie over in the realms of the gods or the realms of chaos, as they're somewhat more prosaically known. So that all seems sound, and so far nothing seems deeply controversial.
So now we enter the End Times, where we get something that's very cool, and this works really well. I'm gonna explain why this could work well for proving this is true, while also simultaneously being used to prove it's not true.
Yep.
Which is that Nagash, when he rises up, he brings out a new type of undead for the End Times, which are known as the Dread Abyssals. And they're these big, horrible dog creatures. And they're known as the Hounds of Usirian. Usirian is the god of the underworld. So he's not the god of death. That's Joff, who's the jackal god. Usirian is the god of the place you go to.
The dead.
Yeah,
the dead.
Once you're already dead. Yeah, not dying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's I'll get to this later, but more. There was a big argument during the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay where Mor was very cleanly described as the god of the dead, not the god of death, and they're two very different concepts. but we'll get to that later.
So when these creatures get introduced, to explain them, the end times added in 4 little big paragraph sections split across each of the special characters from Nagash's army that explains what the hell they are. And we learned that the Dread Abyssals were the hounds of the underworld. And this is stated in God voice, not belief voice, that when Nehakarns would die, they would be shunted through the gates to the netherworld, to the realm of the dead, and they would be presented before the gods. And the gods would judge them based on how they valued Nehakaran life. And based on your sins, you would either get taken to the upper levels of the Nehakaran underworld, which were a golden paradise of awesomeness, heaven, with all the food and delights and everything you could possibly want, or you would get cast down to the depths. And if you got cast down to the depths, you would find the hounds. And what the hounds did is that their job was to make sure that the underworld, the bottom of the underworld fucking sucked, because they would hunt around the depths of the underworld for souls of quote unquote sinners, which they do a fun job of explaining that sins in Nehakara are kind of horrible, in that if you did something against someone with royal blood, that's a mortal sin. So like if you stood against the royals, the gods were like, straight to hell. But these hounds would run around chasing people, and there were supposedly 1,000 hounds, and each one of them Usirian crafted individually to hunt a specific type of sinner. So they would go after people that would do something that would get them banished to the underworld. And their job was to eat you. They would track your soul down. They would devour you, digest you, which was said to be a horrible, excruciating, beyond imaginable punishment. And they'd shit you out. And then, that would either lead to a form of oblivion, or you might survive, but you would be in terrible suffering until your soul got summoned to be a skeleton warrior or whatever.
Cut a long story short, this sounds very close to what a version of what Manfred was trying to say all the way back in the Liber Necris. In that, when you die, your soul is screwed, except for those which somehow find a way not to be. And the general suggestion here is that those who follow a particular way of life, who follow certain rituals, can find themselves spirited away in a lovely little pocket part of the realm of the gods, the realm of chaos, whatever you want to call it. And there, their individual souls can continue on in perpetuity. But for those who haven't done the right things to get into this part, who haven't gone through the right rituals, who haven't done the right things in life, for example, they are cast out and effectively eaten by demons. Now, these demons, when they manifest as big, huge, fucking scary jackals that are going to be destroying your soul. But they are effectively the same component and made up stuff as demons that you would find. Demon is just another word for spirit, or another word for divine entity.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, so it's like, don't let this trick you. Remember, these are not physical creatures. They're literally just divine servants.
Indeed. So what we have here is a fairly simple solution, and it's one that we're going to encounter several times, particularly when we're dealing with human variations of what happens in the afterlife. And that is that we have a pocket realm that you can go to under certain circumstances. And if you get there, your soul remains and should be immune to necromancy. Cough, cough. It isn't, but should be, because it's now safe over there, and you maintain your intellect, your understanding, and whatever it is that happens in that realm. Probably when you come out, you're going to forget about it, because that's often how it's described. And those who don't reach there get devoured and are lost forever.
Yeah. Now, what I will say is that one of the interesting things we do, the last character that gives us some interesting insight is Prince Apophis, who, when he dies, because he did some horrible shit, Prince Apophis, his soul was actually aware when he goes to the realm of souls, because we get his POV, and he actually meets Usirian, where Usirian weighs his soul and finds it wanting, and is about to banish him to absolute uber hell, when Prince Apophis begs, being like, well, I'm a royal, so shouldn't I be afforded royal privileges? Can I find someone to take my place? And Usirian's kind of like, all right, tell you what, I'm gonna like brand your skull, and I'm gonna send you back just your skull. But I'll give you these cool scarab powers, and if you can find a soul to bring back to me, I will weigh their soul against your soul, and if you're equal, then I will allow them to take your punishment for you. And Apophis goes, great, and he leaves. But we then get the little tricky thing from a god perspective that Usirian knows Apophis will always fail because there are no two souls that are equal. It doesn't exist.
And ultimately, we can, again, just sum this all up with just a very simple statement. If you fulfill the correct rituals, you will continue on. He has fulfilled one of the correct rituals there. He's royal. And the royal rituals allow him to continue on even when his soul should be banished. So it's relatively simple here. We've got an uncomplicated set of world building, which is very loosely, your soul will dissipate upon death unless you fulfill certain ritual requirements. And all of Nehekara have set themselves up with certain rituals that will allow certain souls to survive and others not to. It kind of works.
Yeah, and also just as a funny thing about like how kind of fucked up the sins of the Hekarans are, most of the hounds are pretty reasonable, but there's one Ashagaroth who Manfred writes, hence, you know what he punishes you for? He punishes you for the terrible mortal sin of being meek. If you don't raise your hand in defense of your own life, the Usirian will banish you to hell to be feasted upon for eternity.
I'm not saying those rituals are fair, but they exist.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want to know anything else,
go to our super chats in between.
Yes, and what I'll say is that's where we're going to leave the Rumble Soul to move on to other afterlives. If you want to know more, well, vote for Nehekar stuff in the future.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's nothing really else that we need to see here about the Realm of Souls other than that it's a place that quite clearly exists in multiple editions of the game, and it's somewhere that is quite clearly said to definitely exist by various god voices. And that might make people go, but how can it? Because, but we can keep it nice and simple and say that it's basically a bunch of etheric entities that will keep through ritual certain souls intact and will devour other souls. And there is a part of the aether where these souls gather. That's all we need to worry about. All of the attendant story around it just confirms that in one way or another.
Oi, bruv, Wagwan G, you look leg in it. Nice.
Laying in it. Do we? Sure. I'm so old.
Gideon. Hey, Jens can't say long, so just asking, are there any details of the ogre afterlife? No. And I actually think that's very fitting for the ogres.
Yeah, they don't have a great deal of imagination. When you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah, the ogres don't think about concepts like that. They are very, horse with blinders. So they don't worry about it.
Yeah, and I think actually it's worth just pausing for a moment to say, ogres, their afterlife. As it stands, they don't, strictly speaking, have one because they don't care. They live in the moment, they're doing what they do, and then when they're dead, they're dead. Yep. And while some of them, they're great thinkers and philosophers, might go, I wonder what happens. Most of them just don't. All they care about is what's happening in the here and the now. They don't have that sort of mind. So they don't really have, as it stands, an afterlife. And I'm constantly saying as it stands, because all it takes is a single writer to come along, write a little corner box and say, the ogres all believe this, to completely contradict that. But as it currently stands, they don't have an afterlife. They don't need an afterlife, and it makes no sense for them to have an afterlife because it's not how ogres work. But I'm sure a writer could contradict that in a later book.
Yeah, and what I will say is it wouldn't surprise me if the answer would be as simple as their souls are devoured by the Great Maw.
I think that would work fine.
Yeah.
And if you want to turn it into a positive, they all join the Great Maw. Yay! Because
the Great Beast,
yeah, exactly. The biggest eater of them all is the Maw. So they're all going there in the end. So if you want to have a life, that's it. And truth to be told, that's also probably what occurs.
So WPKM, the 7 Nehekaran components of the soul.
Okay.
You can run through it real fast?
Yeah, I can run through that real fast. Okay, so there's 7, according to the Nehekarans, and I say this with a certain amount of salt quite clearly there, because this is only according to the Liber Necris.
According to Manfred telling us about the Nehakarans.
Okay, yeah, it's but according to that, there's 7 components of the soul, and it's based loosely upon the real-world Egyptian beliefs of how the soul was composed. So the first part is your Ha, and your Ha is your physical body. It's your corpse. It's your physical bit. And it is arguably one of the most important parts, because that is the part that the Tomb Kings are trying to preserve forever. And it's the hardest part to actually manipulate. Nagash has successfully manipulated his Ha. His Ha does not go away. You can cut him up into 1,000 pieces and he will reform. And the Ha is the secret for eternal life. Getting this part of your soul right is the part that makes you go on forever. Your next part is your Ka. Now, that sounds like your Ha, but it's not. It's your Ka. And your Ka is your ego. It's your reason. It's your ability to think thoughts. It's basically your personality in many respects, but not quite. It's your active thoughts, not your subconscious ones. It's the things that go on in your head. And when you're sitting there chatting to yourself in your head, if you're one of those people who chat to yourself in your head, that is brought about by your Ka. Everything that you know is built into your Ka. Your next bit is your Ba, and the Ba is your subconscious thoughts. A little bit like your id. It's the bit that sits underneath it. It's the bit that makes you hungry. It's the bit that makes you do things against what you would believe as your free will. Your free will sitting more up in your Ka side. It is your subconscious thoughts. Your next one is your Ab, and your Ab is your morality, your awareness of what's right and what's wrong, and your ability to choose between the two. And Ab is super important for Nehakarans because it's what drives your ability to make the right choices and get into the good part of the afterlife, or the wrong choices and get into the bad part of the afterlife. Your next one is your Kai bit. Your Kai bit is your shadow. Quite literally, your shadow, the physical shadow that you have. And it's also sort of your own awareness of your own life. It's your own self-awareness, and it's represented by your shadow. And finally, you've got your Ren, and your Ren is your true name. So that is what lies underneath the whole character of yourself, a little bit like a demonic true name. It is the thing that sums you up for what you are. It will be a summation of your memory, your legacy, and everything all wrapped up into one. And it's essentially how you will be always remembered as an individual. And the Ren, the true name, might sound abstract, but it's incredibly important, particularly for Nehakarans. When Nehakarans seek to destroy someone, they seek to destroy not just their bodies, their Ha, they seek to destroy every single reference to that individual. They'll go around every tomb and they will knock that name out like they did with Nagash, because fuck that guy, and go around and knock it out because they're taking away some of his soul's power, because he will no longer be remembered. It will no longer be there. Oh, no, we've got one more, the second. I almost forgot the second.
Yes, second.
It almost went. The second is your soul fire, the etheric energy, which comprises the essence of what your soul actually is. And your second is ultimately, one could argue, your ability to cast magic, your ability to do strange stuff, your ability to do. This is when you die and your soul pops out of your body. How bright your soul will be is determined by your second. How much that soul will be seen by passing demons. And if it's super bright, it will not only be very... all elves have a very powerful second. If it's super bright, it will attract demons in. And indeed, those with a powerful second in life will also attract demons in. Meaning that those who are, for example, capable of casting magic are also capable of being possessed. So there you go. That's the 7 component parts of the Nehakarans soul. I hope I remembered them all. I think I did.
I think you did. WTKM, does one's sins affect what awaits in Mor's realm? I don't believe so.
It does not. We will get to that when we discuss more.
Which I will say, that is usually the standard. Most cultures in the Warhammer world don't really have a concept of mortal sin.
Yeah. They do. Just to loosely talk to it, sin covers multiple things in the Warhammer world.
That's fair.
One, it refers to priests and what they do that upsets their god.
That's a good
and
way to
that
put it,
can be seen as sin. Sin and also heresy is also direct reference to something that attracts the chaos gods. So if you sin, you are doing something that attracts the chaos gods. Now, that doesn't mean you're sinning against one of the gods in particular. Like, for example, I'm a Sigmarite and I'm sinning. No, you could be caring about none of the gods, all of the gods, one of the gods, some of the gods. But if you sin, you attract the chaos gods, and that's what makes it a sin.
Okay, yeah, that's a good way to put it. WPK, what is the lore reason for the Cult of Mor burying bodies whole instead of cremating them to prevent them rising as undead?
We'll be discussing the giant gaps in Mor lore at the end of this stream, because this is one that I discussed for I don't know how many hours with writers to try and explain what they had written, and they were like, uh-oh, and I was like, yeah, we need to sort this, but it didn't get sorted. So this one is coming at the end of the stream because there are different answers.
Yeah, what I will say is that for the cultures that we do know a fair bit about, cremating the dead in the Warhammer world is often seen as a very not okay, very bad, fucked up thing to do.
Damn straight.
It is because I would agree, it comes off as extremely practical. But like you look at dwarfs, Nehakarans, lizard men, all these other races very much believe in venerating the bodies of the dead or protecting the bodies of the dead, whereas cremating them is like big no.
Yep,
you're not supposed to do that.
And you could argue that part of this comes from, say, for example, the Nehekaran belief, where the corpus, your actual your body, is a core component of your soul.
Yeah,
and
so it might be seen as destroying a part of them.
You are literally destroying a part of them. But you tend to find that the real reason is much more cultural. People don't like mutilating corpses. And that tends to have been reflected in many of the beliefs that the Warhammer world has, but no one has really sat down and gone, yeah, but they couldn't come back as undead, so should we just do that? Yeah, sure, let's do that. And no one has said why they don't, but there is a reason.
Yeah,
just don't know what it is.
Yeah, funny enough, the one book I recall actually addressing this is the Kislevite book, which only says the only reason Kislevites don't do it is because firewood is far too precious. Which is funny. That the Kislevites seem to have a much more with the new map, especially where Kislev is very much more heavily wooded,
covered in wood.
Yeah, so I suspect it's probably going to become more cultural as opposed to practical. Though I always found it very funny that the Kislevites were like, no, practical reason we don't do it. Necromancer Cobalt. So this stream is theories about the conservation of mass but for mortal souls.
Yes.
WPK, how does Mor maintain stewardship over the dead when there are demons, chaos gods, and necromancers waiting to snatch them? Is he just super strong? So this is a great question.
We'll be discussing this at the end of the stream, because at the end of the stream, we're going to be diving deep into all the inconsistencies of Mor, and because there are many. But loosely speaking on this, if a Morian who is blessed by Mor does the correct rite over someone who has died, they are immune to necromancy. Absolutely. They cannot be brought back. The body will never stir. We have actual blessings that do this. We have rules for it. It is definitely the case, which means that Mor can stop all of that magic. But why? Because ritual and magic, and regardless of how you view it, whether Mor exists or doesn't exist, rituals and magic do stuff. And basically what's happening here, if you want to sum it up in the most hard and non-god way, is a spell was cast on that corpse, which means another spell won't work in it. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And we could say Mor intervenes. We could say Mor stops it. We could do lots of things, but we don't need to, because at its base, we've got a very, very simple understanding of the correct ritual is cast over the that corpse, which means that corpse will not move again. It has been rendered neuter.
Yeah, you put the proper bike lock chain. No one's stealing it.
Yep, absolutely.
WPKM, what are the exact funerary rites for Mor's cult?
Okay, so there's no correct answer for this because More's cult is not like, say, for example, the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church has got very clear set rites for pretty much all aspects of its religion. More's cult manifests in different ways across the old world. How things are done in the Empire changes by grand province to grand province, often from community to community, with wandering doomsayers doing it one way in one part of the old world and another way in the other. But in Tilia, where More has a completely different relationship with its cult, completely different again. In Ostermark, where More is venerated above almost all other gods, again, completely different. The exact funerary rites are impossible to dictate, which is actually very freeing because it means that you can do whatever you want for your games and you'll be, broadly speaking, fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and it works really well, especially because like you can allow your character's personal experiences and their personal readings and their personal ancestry to determine a lot of those answers, which is good.
Yeah.
Hammond, death is more than meets the eye. Oh, get out.
More than meets the eye.
Gideon, are there medium levels of the Nehekar underworld, or is it just upper levels for rich and righteous and depths for poor and center? So when you get into some of the nitty-gritty story that they have behind the hounds, you learn that the way it's kind of described, especially when Nagash pops in there for a hot minute, is that there are basically like, the best way I can describe it is imagine like a vast plain. And amidst this plain, there are a bunch of giant towers. And each of these towers are like these huge edifices, and there are people that live all among it. And at the very tippy top are your kings and queens, the absolute pinnacle. And then like a little bit further down on that pinnacle is where like maybe their most venerated children were, who died as princes and princesses and such. And you just slowly work your way down with there being all these different levels among each of these towers, and each tower is its own dynasty. So it's a very complex underworld that has a lot of different levels, but there is a bottom level where the sinners reside, where they are hunted by the hounds. And the hounds are not allowed to go up the towers, even once they started starving, because there's a whole note about how when Nagash killed everybody, obviously there were no new souls coming into the Hekaran underworld. It dried up because everybody is dead. And the hounds could only eat the same people so many times before they started literally starving. And Usirian had to lock them to the bottom level so they wouldn't go up the towers to eat people they weren't supposed to. So there's a lot of fun little nuance there. But once again, if you want to dedicate a stream on that, that would be for its own thing.
Yep, agreed.
WPKM, can an involuntarily turned vampire of very thin blood like Genevieve earn tolerance for more through deed?
She's not that thin.
Yeah, enough to step into his temple and not die.
Yeah, so the answer to this is it varies according to writer, according to who's handling it, according to the Temple of More even, because there appears to be almost levels of sanctity, where some places are not that holy and vampires cross them without any problems at all. Other places, they can't at all. Also, it depends by vampire, where some vampires have no issues at all with walking under sunlight, for example, where others literally can never do it. So the answer to this is super complicated, and it's not just down to thin blood, because Genevieve doesn't have thin blood. She actually, contrarily, has almost the opposite. She's exceedingly powerful for her age. So yeah, I'm not sure that that's the best way to view it. I'd instead say it depends on bloodline and it depends on individual.
Yeah, because vampires have very unique weaknesses depending on the vampire, which is because there are vampires that walk into the most holy of places and not have a problem. Stephen Lucas, can Lich Priests reanimate more undead like in Total War Warhammer? So technically, and this is a big technically, the Lich Priests that you get in the likes of Total War Warhammer and 8th edition Nehekara very much run with the idea that the only undead Lich Priests tend to resurrect are specifically Nehekaran undead, because they are using their spells to basically the simple way to describe it is their magic is like a walkie-talkie to Usirian to say, hey, can you send up so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so? And Usirian goes right on you, and he sends those people up to re-inhabit their bodies and get to it. Now, the old world has taken, in my opinion, a more reasonable approach, which is that while they do have a unique connection with Usirian that allows them to bring back very powerful undead and kind of a unique form of undead with Nehakarans, they also are, frankly, masters of necromancy, and they can resurrect fucking anything they want. It's just that when they resurrect other forms of undead, they appear as your more standard garbage, as opposed to the better quality, so to speak, with the Nehakarans, whose souls have been, their bodies and souls have been very specifically prepped for the journey between life and death. Would be the best way I think I could describe it.
My answer to this one is life priests have really gone through the ringer in terms of what they can do.
Yeah.
It's all prayers. They only deal with their own. Actually, no, they're doing necromancy. No, they'll never do necromancy. That's Nagash and stuff. The answer to this one is that it could probably do with a nice, clean lore rewrite.
Yeah, and the easiest thing I'll say for this is that in Total Warhammer, Lich Priests do not have the raise dead mechanic. They cannot raise dead. They can only awaken more Nehakarans. That is the only thing they can do.
Yeah, indeed. They're doing what they did through ritual, and I think that makes it nice and easy and clean.
WPK, can the Cultic Board be reformed to be more unified, organized, proactive in guarding the dead and hunting necromancers? How to make it happen?
I mean, they kind of are doing that anyway. The Cult of Mor has got its own structure. It's centered around Tilia and spreads outwards. They've got their equivalent of the Morian Pope down in, is it Lucini? I think it's Lucini.
I believe it is, yeah.
I think it's Lucini. And they are organized and they are proactively guarding the dead and they are hunting necromancers, and they're doing it to greater or lesser extent in different parts of the old world. So it's already kind of happening. Now, is it universally applied? And the answer is no. Why? Because the Warhammer world's really big, the old world's really huge, and keeping in contact with people all over it's nigh on impossible because it's not the modern era. You don't really know what's happening on the other side of the old world because it's on the other side of the old world, and it would take you weeks, if not months, to get there. Word takes a long time to get from A to B unless you happen to be an elf with bullshit elf spells that allow you to walkie-talkie your way around any part of the old world.
Well, I would say, I mean, even consider in our world, when you have people organizing to target things that, like, the vast majority of people are like, oh yeah, we should deal with this problem, how much of a pain in the ass it is to organize people. Even with our instant communication and all the other things we've got going for us. So
yeah,
hard.
So
that's what.
Loosely speaking, I think what you're describing here does exist. And what you're describing here is the case. So it's already happening. Now, is it effective? That's a matter and a point of debate.
Yeah. Let's see. Hammond, this is beginning to sound like Archaon was right. There are elements of Archaon that I genuinely believe are sympathetic, which makes him a very good villain. And I would love to do a Lorebeards on him someday because he's a lot more complex than a lot of people tend to give him credit for.
Yeah, ultimately, the best point about chaos in the Warhammer world is that often chaos is right. And when it's played that way, it suddenly becomes much more complicated. Much, much more complicated. And you can begin to understand why chaos cults exist.
Yeah, which makes the world so much better.
Yeah.
WBK, is it okay for a Morag to take any money from the person they're bearing as payment, or would that be blasphemy? What's the punishment for grave robbing?
Oh, well, grave robbing, bad. So Morians are often taking payments for what they do through generally donations. It's also generally the thing that coins are placed upon the eyes of the dead as well.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure there are a number of like regiments or people that will often have coins like almost stapled to their shield or like part of their outfit to pay the Morians to find them.
So they can pay the Morians when they find them, exactly, and place them over the their eyes so that more when he eventually comes will let them pass through the portal and go into the next life. But again, the lore here is deeply inconsistent. Where in some parts of the old world, it's a staple that you have to pay to get into Mor's realm. In other parts, that's as far from what they suggest is the case than could be possible. So the answer to this one is, loosely speaking, yes, donations are common, and yes, coins are often a part of the funerary process. And the punishment for grave robbing is often death. in many parts of the old world, because you should not be messing around with that, because the reason for doing so is often because, well, hey, necromancers. And it means that people who are, for example, doing medical studies and paying grave robbers so they can get bodies and similar, often get people killed for what would be their medical development these days.
Yeah, their medical training. Yeah. Yeah, and something to keep in mind is this isn't necessarily because of more. This could just be cultural things where you have rich people being like, well, I don't want the priest trying to like nick my stuff when I die. Make sure they're not allowed to do that, or various things. So, Hammond, Usirian hates Meek Mill. I don't know what Meek Mill is, but he does definitely hate the Meek, which is very funny to me. Sir Panza, there's an esoteric belief that good/bad parts of your soul split and go to heaven/hell respectively. Some similar split in Warhammer would be interesting where different parts go to different places. There would definitely be cultures that would believe in that, I would say.
The soul is generally perceived to be a discrete thing, which often shears and gets cut and put into ribbons and destroyed like a body can be. So in the same way that your body could have its legs removed and taken somewhere else, hung, drawn, and quartered, for example, with the 4 different quarters going to different parts of the old world, your soul could arguably go through a very similar process. It is, after all, the etheric component of you rather than the material component of you. So that could happen. I think you could build one, but it's not the case for anything that's really been built for Warhammer so far.
Yeah, I will say one of the things that's suggested in the Liber Necris, which you could take this or not because of what we talked about earlier, is that one of the things that Manfred says is like, oh, well, some spirits only have these 3 parts, perhaps because the other parts were devoured by a demon, but these parts survived, and stuff like that. So, but there could absolutely be a culture in the Warhammer world that believes like, the good aspects of you go here and the bad aspects go here, which is why we prepare the body in this way, or we perform this ritual to try and keep it all together, or yada yada. But that would be a very cultural thing.
I mean, as far as Manfred's concerned, all spirits, all bodies when they die lose their ka, and their ka goes into the aether and goes. You never have your intellect ever again. It's gone unless you do something to preserve it. And the Nehekarans do things to preserve their intellect, their ka, where your average person in the old world kind of doesn't. So your spirit just gets destroyed, which is sadly utterly undermined by a whole bunch of necromancy spells where you can summon back the ka.
Yeah, unless, like we said earlier, you believe it's a propaganda piece, in which case it works really well for throwing people off. Timer 25. Gotrek and Ungrim have better stats than pretty much any other character in the new Wolf Rep. Yes, yeah. Should the 2 of them have better stats than a second-gen Blood Dragon like Luther Harkin or Chaos Lord like Wolf? Okay, so I have a funny thing for you. I can tell you for a fact that Cubicle 7 has been watching Lorebeard stuff. People that work for or at or have been hired by Cubicle 7 watch Lorebeard stuff and watch the reviews and stuff that get put out, because I can tell you my dwarf review got a lot of emails. I'll put it that way. And so we have leveled what I think are very fair criticisms at aspects of 4th edition. And one of them that I still feel very strongly about is that the profiles are not built super well for a lot of the characters and creatures and stuff, because they fall prey to the 2nd edition system, which in 2nd edition, you could almost very easily operate by a rule of thumb of take their Warhammer Fantasy tabletop stat line and add a 0 behind it, and it's vaguely okay. You're weapon skill 3? Well, you've got a weapon skill of 30-ish. Your strength 7, you got a strength of 70-ish. And they've done that sometimes in Wolfrep 4th edition, but that will blow up in your face so bad if you try and actually do that as a GM. It will not work, because your PCs going through things like the Enemy Within are going to have 20,000 fucking experience, and all their stats are like in the 70s, and they're going to be mopping the floor with like god tier characters, because especially when there's like 4 or 6 people versus 1 guy. So I think they've started to notice and are trying to kind of push it, because I noticed what you did, where I read the new dwarf book and some of the characters have surprisingly good stat lines. They're not great, but I'm starting to see a lot more people. Yeah, I'm starting to see like a lot more characters well into the hundreds, which is a lot better. It's still not what it should be, because these characters are supposed to, once again, if your PC was pre-built to do a specific adventure where this character was pre-built to deal with them, it could work. But that's not how the game actually plays when you're playing with a group. That's the problem. So I don't think their stats are good enough, and I think all the other things you're referencing, their stats were also not good enough.
Also terrible, right? So I have a couple of things to say in this as well, on top of everything that Sotek has said, which is 100% correct. And that's that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition reached a point in its design where a question was asked by me, and it was this. If we run by standard Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay design, 100 is the top. You don't get higher than 100 because it's a percent-based system. And I got the reply back from Cubicle 7, which was, remove percent from everything. This isn't a percentage-based system. It just uses a D100 to determine success and failure. 100 is not the top end. It's Warhammer. We need more space. And I was like, great, because I had already elucidated all the problems with having 100 as the top end, because that means we'd have to bring our PCs right the way down to ensure that we had space at the top for greater demons and dragons and all the rest of that crap that exists in Warhammer. So that meant that the standard from 1st edition and 2nd edition was out the window, and a completely different statting system was put in place. It looked the same, but it wasn't. And when I left, later writers came along and they went, I recognize this system. It's using the same numbers. It's using a percentage. It must be generally the same. They weren't playing the game. They were just looking at the words on the page and trying to figure out what it all meant. And they went, I get this because I played the previous games. And when they made the characters, they made them in the way they would have made them for 2nd edition. And it didn't just crash and burn. It made ridiculous characters that your average PC would be better than within like 5 to 10 sessions. Some of the characters are terrible. In particular, Gotrek and Ungrim, if we take a look at what they've done there, they're much better in terms of the skills and stat lines, but their talents are truly atrocious, because talents is one of the core components on how you build characters in 4th edition Warhammer. They're really bad. Their stat lines could be worse, could be better. There's lots of arguments.
Yeah, talents are the biggest problem
but
right now.
Talents are woeful, terribly put together, and they haven't put a nice little bit to say this is why we've done this, or if you're building this using the full rules, do it this way. I made their stat line shorter with less involved, and then a nice little bit saying, and if you want to make it yourself with all the talents, do all of this, because that means we wouldn't need to take up loads of complicated space that no GM is ever going to use. No GM sits there using all of that stuff. When you take stuff to the table, you often want a quick reference line that you can just test on and go, I should be adding a number to. That's it.
Yeah, simultaneously, they're making it harder for themselves in the wrong places.
Yeah. This was supposed to be tackled in the Death on the Reich appendices that I had planned up for how to build complicated characters simply. And it's been lost because I never wrote it, which means that they're in this half place where most of their writers don't know the system at all well, so they don't know what a good stat line looks like, and they also don't understand what a good set of talents looks like, nor do they understand what's needed by a GM at the table to run these characters, because they're not playing the game. And that lack of experience is really beginning to show on the stat lines, even though these ones were better.
Yeah, because I mean, a very easy example is like for Ungrim's talents, it could have just been like for anything combat related, he has like +8 levels.
I mean, that was the whole point of the NPC system in the base tree,
as opposed to breaking down each possible talent he has.
Holy crap,
which is like, oh wow, that's a lot of text.
Because then you have to read tons of talents, and it gets so complicated to run.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things that you know, like I'm in a campaign right now where we're only in part 3 of the Enemy Within. Like I think we're getting close to the end of part 3, which is the Power Behind the Throne. But like I have a wizard. This is a wizard, mind you. This is not a combat character. This is a wizard, a beast wizard. He's like dirty fighting 6 or some bullshit like that, where if he punches someone, he hits them so fucking hard when he's unarmed that it is bonkers. So like you've got to, if you're a GM, you look at the profiles that are provided, you go, oh, these don't work. I've got to really change these.
Yeah,
right,
so
anyway,
hopefully
moving
that answers your question there. That was a nice little aside.
Yeah, that was a tangent. Stephen Lucas, many cultures have contradictions that can send off the soul right, but desecrate grave. Even if they should be far away, they will immediately come right back and haunt your ass. Graveyards are spooky. Oh, okay. Yeah, talking about a lot of
Agreed.
controversies. Like, yeah, and Real World and Warhammer.
And Warhammer has this in spades, which again shows that the Liber Necris is wrong in a variety of ways, because the soul does exist beyond what they claim it exists. It also puts rubbish to much of the realm of chaos stuff, which basically says everything is chaos. That's also demonstrably not true in a variety of ways because of the way that spirits work in the Warhammer world in multiple places. So yeah, I take all of those contradictions and say that yes, they exist in the Warhammer world in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I mean, I could think of at least like 5 Warhammer Fantasy roleplay one-shots that basically boil down to person died in a bad spot and is trying to not terrify the PCs, and is, even though they look super spooky, they're just trying to say, hey, can you put my body somewhere more reasonable? Or hey, can you let so-and-so know that I died, please? And that's the whole thing. Like, yeah, it's very silly.
And the Liber Necris actually accepts that and says that's a thing. So, for example, if you die in a way that you feel is outside of what's acceptable by your own morals and traditions, your spirit never moves on to the realm of the chaos, the realm of the gods. Instead, it sits and hangs around in the material plane in what is described almost like a pocket universe, or alternatively, a near realm, which is in the physical realm, where everything is the same as the physical realm. It's just you're a ghost and you can't interact. And some people can see you if they've got a necessary talent that allows you to see spirits. And they'll hang around for ages. But that's different to, for example, a spirit that has been put to rest, or even worse, hasn't and is just gone, and then is brought back to the place because it was desecrated, or because it got upset, or because of necromancy. And in all of those cases, the Liber Necris is very clear that the Ka part of you, the bit that's your reason, your ability to think, your memory, is gone. It's being consumed by demons, or is just fragmented. But they are there again, and again in various books. So Liber Necris is wrong.
WPK, is it okay or normal for Morite to perform burials for other species in accordance with their different rites? So this actually comes up in a lot of Black Library books and stuff, and the answer is that it is a genuinely difficult question in life, especially if you don't have another member of that species nearby. Yeah, and you do the best you can.
And I think that's the perfect answer. It's a complicated affair where different species have got different funerary rites, different things that they think are correct to do with their body after death, and also to see their soul off after death into the afterlife, whatever they believe is going to happen next. And Amorian is fully aware of this. Many of them are thanatologists in a variety of ways. They are fully aware of the various religious cultures that others have, and often are aware that they shouldn't be involved. It's nothing to do with them. So their thing might be instead to intone a nice prayer so that the spirit isn't displeased, and then get it carted off to their own people so that the correct funerary rites can be done. Some Morians, though, are going to be very much of the opinion that their way is the highway and they know how to do it, and Mor is really the only god that matters anyway. So Mor is going to be appeased by their rites because it has to be done, because if not, this spirit could get very, very angry. And then if you're a Kislevite, they just go, no, screw that, just pluck its eyes out, put it face down in the snow, and the ghost will go downwards because it can't see because it's been blinded. And hey, Kislevites have got a very different view of how to deal with death.
Perfect segue. What are Morians' stand on Kislevite funerals? Kislevites are a practical folk, and there are actually, like, if you read the Realm of the Ice Queen, there's whole notes about the whole dead part where people come to them and say, well, this isn't morally right. And Kislevites go, how about you take a fucking shovel, go out there to the permafrost, and you dig a grave and come back in 6 hours and let us know how much progress you made.
Yeah, Mor is not a Kislevite god, although there is a Morian temple in Kislev City, for example. And there have been various rites performed in Kislev City that aren't performed in the rest of Kislev. But at least as it stands at the moment, Kislev deal with their dead in a very different fashion. Now, on the flip side of that, what's a Morian's opinion of that? They don't think it's the correct way to deal with a body, to deal with spirits. They think that Mor, who is the god of the dead, will probably be displeased by this. So they are going to be, broadly speaking, unimpressed with this sort of bullshit. And they're going to attempt to try and convince others to their way of thinking. It's one of the reasons that there is a Temple of Mor in Kislev City, after all, because they're attempting to start what they would be seen as, from our perspective, a long-term conversion to our way of thinking, because they think that Mor, the god of the dead, is not happy with how things are landing in Kislev.
WPK, you're going crazy. You were correct in your declaration 2 weeks ago. Isn't the art of Morites dressed in bones inherently heretical? Why are they using the dead as decoration?
Absolutely not. The bones are a symbol of death, and they are a symbol of the dead, and often bones are inscribed, they're blessed, they're of particular saints that will bring particular advantage. Bones and what to deal with bodies afterwards is very uncertain in Morian practice, because we don't have any real discussion on what true Morian practice is. But we do know that many of them not only decorate themselves with bones, but will use sacred bones and reliquaries as a core component of what they do as Morians. And that means, for example, we get art like we've got in Rough Nights and Hard Days. If you take a look at the Morians that are presented in there, skulls and bones and death are a core component of it, and they're also, at heart, super Warhammery. When you design Warhammer stuff, you tend to find the bones can come up all over the place anyway, and all of that has to be included in what is a part of your design for how Morians work. So yeah, it's loosely not properly designed yet.
Yeah, and a good way to kind of like make this work is you could have Morians as, you know, especially Mor, who is a god of dreams as well, communicates through dreams, where they have dreams where, like, someone that's particularly blessed wakes up and says, by the way, when I die, I've had dreams where Mor has guided me on what to do with my body when I die. And Mor says, you should take my bones and inscribe these particular things on them, and they will ward you and guide you in the future. And the people go, oh, okay. And like, there's all these stories and things that happen. But I love the idea that you could have different groups of Morians that run into each other. And one of them is decked out in bones. The other one goes, what the fuck are you guys doing? And it leads to a whole thing.
Straight. Yeah, totally.
Listener Chris, does the location on where a person dies affect what afterlife they might go to? Okay, that's a really good question. So there is a concept within Warhammer Fantasy of that there are, to go along with this, there are good places to die and bad places to die. More leaning on that, there are bad places to die. There are absolutely places that exist in the Warhammer world where people believe that if you die there, your soul will not get out. Either because, and it could be any number of things. It could be that there's so much dark magic that your body just gets back up immediately and your soul isn't able to escape. Or it could be that there's some kind of, like, you die underground somewhere and there's like runic protection on the walls and your soul gets trapped. But there are places where you might get stuck. There are also places that might belong to a certain etheric entity and it just eats people. Where if you die there, someone that can see souls or witness dreams of prophecy or whatever might literally witness someone's soul being devoured and becoming a part of some horrible thing. Or maybe it's not horrible. Maybe it's just the natural guardian of a place, but it still eats the people that die there. And they become a part of it. Or they're broken down as, you know, components that make that thing stronger. So yeah, there are places where if you die there, it doesn't matter what the fuck you believe in, it's going to have an effect. You could argue this is the case, for instance, for Cathayans, where if they die within places where Cathay has control over, their souls get ferried to Shiama's realm of the dead. We have no idea how that process works right now. We don't know if it's a cultural thing where if a Cathayan dies anywhere, their soul goes there, or if you have to be within Cathay's borders where the dragons and more likely the Whooshing Compass has control. So it just depends. It depends.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to this is as varied as the Warhammer world itself. It's very clear that if you are in a place of high magic, particularly saturated with Dar, then it's very likely your corpse will stir after death and your spirit will not move on, no matter how devout you might be to one deity or another, or no matter how much you might believe you'll go somewhere else. Equally so, if you are going to fall in the realms of chaos, you're screwed. It's a
Oh, yeah,
bad
big time.
place to die. And that means also the closer you get to the gates of chaos up in the north, the more danger your soul is of being just instantly devoured at the point of death, or worse, dragged off to one of the ruinous powers crazy hells where you will be pressed into service as a demon, or alternatively just tortured forever in one of their various realms. And as we know, the realms of chaos are pretty damn bad.
Yeah, actually, so
yeah,
like
complicated, man.
Like a super easy trio example is take Afterlife. If you die near the Vault of Winter, your soul is literally fed to whatever the fuck is in the Vault of Winter. That's how the elves keep it shut. We know if you die in the woods of Afterlife, it's very, very likely that your soul is going to be devoured by the etheric entities of the forest or the forest itself. Afterlife's etheric roots will literally burrow into you and suck you up for all that sweet goodness. Or if you die in the Dreaming Wood. If you die in the Dreaming Wood, which is a bridge between the realm of chaos and the Athelloran's more physical components, you're probably going to get shunted into the realm of Slaanesh. It's not a good place to die. So, yes, absolutely.
Yes to all of that.
Avani DK, if the body is a component of the soul, is this why eating the corpse of another person caused the eater to turn into a ghoul? Go watch our ghoul stream. That is a reasonable asterisk to add on to it, but go watch our ghoul stream.
Yeah, ghoul stream gives you a really good answer from an in-lore perspective as to where ghouldom almost certainly comes from.
WPKM, Morite dilemma: save the dying or wait and bury.
There's no dilemma there at all. You're not a god of death. That's not your job. You have no mercy for the dying. That's Shalia, that's Mor's daughter. When that person has died, then you do the thing. Save people who are dying, sure, why not? I mean, why wouldn't you? You don't want people to be in the realm of Mor per se. That doesn't make the soul better or worse. It's your job, should they die, to try and ensure that that happens. Yes, definitely. But in no way is there any moral dilemma there. Save the living, for goodness sake. They're not a god of death. They don't want people to die.
Yeah, I would say this would be a case if you wanted to create an extremist subcult of Mor.
Yeah.
That would be an extremist view of that. If someone's dying, it's better for them to die. But those would definitely be extremists.
Yeah, and I think that's generally a good place to think, because there's loads of Shalian extremists, for example, that believe that suffering is a better state to be in than not. So not tending certain people is better. It's a better mercy for them than actually tending them. There is going to be extremists of all kinds for all cults, but as a core baseline value, there's not much of a moral quandary there, because you're just saying you value life, and most people value life.
But where do the Juggalos and the Dark Carnival fit in? Straight to the bottom door. I don't know. I'm sure there's some god that has commentary on that, but it's not one that I am familiar with. Though, to be frank, I also don't want to be familiar with that god. I think Hammond, Genevieve isn't thin; she's thick. 2025.
Sure.
WPK, rephrase: can a genuinely good and noble vampire earn forgiveness in the eyes of Mor, or are they damned no matter what? Okay, so this is a good point to say. The big thing about gods in Warhammer, think about what I talked about with Usirian, is that their moral systems tend to be very different than what a human moral system would look like. And for them, one of the things that we see a lot with vampires is that vampires are despised by the vast majority of gods. Gods, Manfred, funny enough, actually waxes about this a little bit in the Liber Necris, of that gods fucking hate vampires, because vampire souls are they're sucked into their bodies. They don't go anywhere. Vampire souls are so locked into the material plane because they've been severed from the ether that if you were to take a vampire, even a baby bitch vampire like that just turned, and you killed the shit out of them, you did every possible ritual in existence to make sure they die and go to whatever realm. If a necromancer comes along later and finds the ashes of anything to do with them, or something they possessed in life, or something that has any trace to do with them, and performs a not insanely difficult ritual, he could bring him back to life. and they will show up with everything they had, which is crazy.
Yeah, vampires are crazy in Warhammer. They are not creatures with etheric components anymore. And by that, we could look at them and say their secum has been completely minced and turned into something really very different. That's their big soul fires we discussed before. Everything about them that used to be etheric has been now made material, which means that the gods, in many respects, are almost blind to them because they're left entirely on the material plane, unless that god should happen to manifest in the material plane, which is not a common thing. So that being the case, there is no noble vampire that will ever get forgiveness from the eyes of Mor, because that is not how it works with Mor. Mor deals with the dead, and that is the spirits of the dead. There is no spirit of a vampire. There is fuck all there.
Yeah, they're abominations
in the eyes of Mor. They are not part of Mor's setup.
Yeah, and I would say you would be hard pressed to find a god that would see a vampire as anything other than an utter abomination, because they are such violations of how the kind of, you could argue, the transactional relationship between the material and the immaterial is supposed to work.
Yeah, agreed.
Spooky Macchiato. Sorry if this was answered in a previous stream. What stock do you put on the Cathay ending in Realms of Chaos? I understand Kislev is canon, but that ending, is that any correct with the Missing Dragon sibling? Ooh, okay, I'm just going to give this a really brief thing, and then we're going to move on. I would say, so the story with Games Workshop literally goes that CA went to them and said, hey, we need the storyline for Cathay. Can we use one of the Missing Dragon kids? And GW went, eh. And CA said, pretty please. And GW said, okay, you can use one, but you can't show her. You can't like have her on screen. She can't have a full design. You can't have her voice actor or anything. And she can't be found. She has to be like lost. And CA went, cool. And so they went, okay, we are introducing Shinzu, the light dragon, and she's gone missing. And at the end of the story, they find little hints of where they think she might have gone. But we know that the Kislevite ending is the canon one. Like they've said that. The Tsarina Katerin is the canonical winner, which means that ending didn't happen. So what I would say is that Shinzu is lost. She is lost. She went up into the north. She was last seen going north of Norska, and she went into the realm of chaos for whatever reasons that she might have had, and she is never found. And that makes sense. That adds up with the storyline as we know it. So I would say that the storyline of Shinzu vanished and went to the north and was never seen again is likely the canonical story.
Sounds good to me.
Darius Rose, the one person in theaters saying Gothmog's sexy. Yeah, it's me. I like his personality as a grizzled orc who survived a lot of shit. The orc equivalent of a long beard would translate well to Gorbad. Yeah, hey, fair. Yeah. Zylock, re-reviewed my Dark Deeds. Hope you get your reviews back. Well, thank you. That's very nice.
And thank you very much, Zylock. Appreciate it.
Hopefully that will just prove further evidence of we're not fucking bots, dude. Darius Rose. Also, how would my ultimate crush mid-late 90s Shawn Michaels, the crazy drugged up perk taking fucks anything Shawn, be as the Slanesh champion? Reasonable, I would suspect. Ricky Chapman, sorry for being late. What hells awaits one who spills a mug of Bugman's? Just a beating at a very angry dwarf's hands, which is a hell, you could argue, but probably nothing more severe than that, I would guess. Oh my god, we're almost caught up. Spooky Macchiato, are Shyish wizards... Oh, good question. Are Shyish wizards affected differently from death? So you could argue most... Oh, okay. This is a good question because I'm going to assume... okay, there are two ways to answer this. I'm going to answer it both ways. I'll let Andy actually deal with both ways, but I'll present both ways, which is a Empire Amethyst wizard, part of the Amethyst College, which have very good relationships with the Cult of Mor, versus some random wizard out in the world who happens to be very good at Shyish.
Yeah, loosely speaking, Shyish is one of the winds of magic. It's the wind of death. It allows you to manipulate a whole variety of different energies in the Warhammer world, including time, which is very closely associated with death, which is why, for example, many of the Shyish wizards have hourglasses sitting on them. Big size representations of death. Not a problem. See you in a moment. So Shyish wizards ultimately are affected by death in the same way as everyone else, but many of them, much like many other wizards, not just Shyish wizards, are capable of extending their life significantly. There are many who would suggest that simply being a wizard means that you might last for longer, although let's be honest, if you're an Empire State wizard, you're probably going to die in a battlefield before you're 30 or 40. But they are still affected by death in the same way. But those who use Shyish often can see into that close penumbral realm that I was mentioning not that long ago, a little bit earlier in the stream, where when ghosts lift out of a corpse and they don't pass on into the aether, but hang around, many Shyish wizards can literally see them all the time. And indeed, the strongest of them can only see into that realm, like the Necrarch vampires, who only see the realm of the dead, as it's sometimes referred to, or that sort of very close to the real world realm where all the spirits reside. So the poor old Necrarch vampires have it a little bit harder dealing with the material realm because they're too busy looking at ghosts and spirits and all the rest of it. Many Shyish wizards are fully capable of seeing that, and are also fully capable of seeing how long some people are likely to live, how long people are likely been alive, because Shyish can grant you access to various time abilities that are not commonly described. But loosely speaking, when it comes to death, they're the same as everybody else, but they have spells that might allow them to circumnavigate aspects of it along the path.
Like Wizard Thomas, the vampires are so easy to raise. I didn't necessarily say that.
They are not easy to raise.
Yeah. Why did it take so long for Vladimir's ability to get raised, and why didn't Vorag Bloody Tooth ever get raised? So, first of all, you have to keep in mind that you have to find them, first of all, which is not easy. And Vlad and Isabella also died in enemy hands. You know, the Empire did funny enough, this is something that's not explored in their story that really should have been, where the Empire would do everything they possibly could to have gathered those two's bodies and hide them in the deepest, darkest pits of the College of Light. So deep down that hopefully no one would ever find it. Though this, with Vlad, his ring escaped, which is how he comes back in a sense. His resurrection gets botched, but they do try to resurrect him in, what's that Gotrek and Felix book? The one where Manfred comes back.
Yeah.
The Charnel Court.
Yes.
Yeah. The Charnel Congress. So they tried and it didn't go well. But like Vorag, he died out in the middle of the fucking like Darklands. Who's gonna resurrect him? Who knows that he died out there? Who's gonna go get his body? He got blown. He got shot and killed by a goblin bolt thrower. And then his army got ran over by greenskins. You got to find them.
It's complicated is the answer. And it generally requires that you have, again, if we're using the Nekharan way of viewing it, it requires that you have the body. You need to have some form of thing that you can start the process with. And it's often deep blood rituals and a whole variety of other things to bring back all of the material stuff that makes that vampire into one place. And often that means that the bits that are severed or the bits that are no longer there, or even sometimes items of equipment that they found important, all need to be gathered, because when they were born, they all cast that parts of their shadow. So parts of their soul have been cast into these items. So getting hold of them is sometimes required too. And it's never a certain process. Bringing back a vampire also means you have to deal with that vampire when it wakes up.
I was about to say, there is actually a really funny, someone could create, you know, that meme where it's like, it's the bell curve and it's like the people on the different sides. There is a very funny meme of that you could make of someone that would not be able to resurrect a vampire because they're not powerful enough, to on the other side, someone that is far more than powerful enough, but is so experienced they know it's a stupid fucking idea. And that resurrecting a vampire most of the time is not worth it.
It's bloody dangerous is the long and short of it.
Because the vast majority are the idiots in the middle of the curve that resurrect a vampire, and the vampire immediately eats them or dominates them or something else.
Yeah, it's just not good.
Yeah. Rocker Boy Jukebox. I bet the best Moore could do is send poor Genevieve to be a cab driver in LA like that Kane fella. Andy should know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I do indeed know what you're talking about. Vampire the Masquerade, where in the computer game, apparently Kane was probably that cab driver. Because hey, sure.
Who doesn't love their little cameos? Firesnake 905, new idea for Cathaid's End Time. Shinzu comes back but wrong. Yeah, you could That could make that. Yeah, that's a fun idea. That's good.
I think we've even discussed that one as a potential option at one point. Because yes, absolutely.
Yep. Darius Rose, could Slanesh Sean and Marathi be a good couple? She'd forget all about Anarian when Sean's around. He's sexier than Sigvald, Tyrion, and Anarian. I feel like there's some projecting going on here, but I can't put my finger on it.
There is definitely some projecting there going, Darius. Marathi is not known for her great love of humanity.
Upline 8. Amazon strikes book reviews of sudden and from new accounts with no other reviews. It assumes bots must pay revenues. Board Game Geek, Rev on different days, Rev on other games too. Comment info. Don't review right after making a new account. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just having more account activity. That's what I've been doing. But I will say the reason I said it was weird is because they did send a response back to like Andy and Lindsay, and when you read it, it's a weird response because that's not what they said. Instead, they were like, "Oh, well, our community brigades people that leave too many positive reviews," and you go, "What?" They're like, "So we remove it to deal with the brigading." What? So it's a weird thing.
Yeah, it was definitely an unexpected reply there. That was from Lindsay.
Because if they had said what you said, Hoplite, I would believe that, and there were things we could do as a community to like deal with that, but that's not what they said. Hammond, why was the Amethyst Wizard hiding from Karanak? He was a bit shyish. Haha, that's a cute one. That's a cute one. I can appreciate that. Two more. Marathi, what do you make of the Morian Priest and shyish Wizard brothers in Zombie Slayer that can hear their dead triplet talk to them? It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It's
cool. And that's cool. Yeah. I quite like it, actually. And entirely within the setup.
Yeah, Quizzer Thomas, not a question. We're forcing Sotek to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline once we're done with Oblivion. We'll do that for Halloween, October. I will play through. Yeah,
Bloodline is going back to it, man. I'm not sure I'd enjoy that. Although if you've been too caught up with Oblivion, you might have missed that other roleplay game whose name just suddenly escapes me that just got released, which is freaking amazing.
The 33 one.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, I know nothing about it. I have no idea. I knew nothing about
it until I downloaded it and played it as stress relief after one hideous week. And holy crap, is it good! I really enjoy it. It's like a mixture of Final Fantasy meets. Oh yeah, I'll come back to it later. The game that escapes me.
Okay, cool. Rocker Boy. Rocker Boy Jukebox. What about Nuffle's afterlife? Hell. It's probably hell because Nuffle is a cruel and duplicitous god.
I can't get the name of the game, but I wanted to mind. It's it's really.
Is he talking about Claire Obscure? Somebody asks.
I am talking about Claire Obscure. It's a really good game. I'm really enjoying it. Expedition 33. Yeah, I'm surprised at how much I'm enjoying it.
Very cool. Let's Chris. Yeah. So before the end times BS, what was the afterlife like for Bretonia? It's they believe in more. More has a very strong showing there. The only exception you could argue be the Grail Knights, but that's actually the way the end times handled it was not great. But I think the idea that when the Lady of the Lake gives a portion of her power to a Grail Knight, that they, in a sense, become a part of her. So when they die, they don't go through the usual afterlife process. I think that's a reasonable take. What the end times chose to do with that was stupid, but it was the core idea. I don't think is that crazy.
The game that I couldn't remember, I just checked it up, was Stellar Blade. It's like a cross between Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy for the combat, maybe a bit of Logan's Run, and France. It's just brilliant. It's crazy. It's brilliant.
Would you agree with what I said about the Bretonnian stuff, Grail Knights?
I would. I agreed completely, which is why I didn't add anything. Yeah.
Jack Ruby. Oh man, do animals have souls and anything to do with afterlives? Is there a concept of reincarnation?
So the animals have souls. The answer is definitely yes, because there's various spells that communicate directly through to souls, and it explains it. They are much like humans, have far simpler, smaller souls than elves. Animals are the same again downwards. So they do have souls. All the components of the soul that, for example, Nehekara recognize would be there as a component part of an animal. They'd just be much, much smaller. In the same way that an animal's intellect is much less than a human's intellect, their soul and the brightness of the soul is similarly much less than a human's as well.
Yeah, and then
I forgot the other part. Reincarnation doesn't exist unless it does.
That is the perfect way to put it.
And you'll probably find that when we move into Ind and various other Eastern mythologies, we're going to get a lot more reincarnation popping up as Warhammer World equivalents. Perhaps even as deep as, say, the Wheel of Time equivalents, if you've been watching the Amazon show over there, where reincarnation is a core component of that show. But reincarnation, because of the way the soul works, doesn't happen in Warhammer until they say this is such and such reborn, this is this person brought back. What does exist is the concept of various saints or various gods having divine blessed servants which can come back, and that's generally because they have gone off to the realm of that god, and then they've come from the realm of that god effectively as a demon prince, if we want to use a different word, and they can walk again. And this is the case for things even like Grail Knights, because there's a couple of stories of like Grail Knights who have come back as ghosts to protect a particular chapel or some equivalent. So there are methods that they can come back which aren't necessarily it's a ghost. Instead, it's more they've come from the divine realm, or they've been sent by a god from their divine realm to protect an area, to help someone, or an equivalent.
Yeah, and I will say that the only form of reincarnation that is like kind of standardized that I'm aware of is there is a theoretical form, but it's very spooky, and it's something that only some really ugly, nasty people would do, which would be there are methods by which you can conceive a child that doesn't have a soul in it, and then trying to put someone else's soul into that body. But it's a really fucked up thing, and it requires some really nasty, nasty rituals. And it's not something a good person would do. Darius Rose, Sean to Andy, Morathy is going to have some sunny days when I'm around. Sean's too sexy to resist even when he's human, and Arian will be sweating bullets.
Sure.
Darius, let's get back on topic. Thank you. Super Arlock, the curious case of Charles Dexter Ward. Don't bring up what you can't put down in terms of vampires. Also, Warhammer vampires remind me of that story.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that story.
I think there's one other thing meant here about reincarnation. If we go with one version of what the Great Green is for the orcs, then reincarnation very much exists there. But orcs are just different. Greenskins are just different. But we'll get onto that when we discuss some other things. If we ever get past.
We're about to. I swear to God. If we follow Darius Rose's idea, God damn it. Brett the Hitman Hart is either the Grail Knight Noble or a Knight of the Blazing Sun. Now this feels more like Kenny Kuman. Okay, calm down, y'all. Okay, that's good enough. Pause on super chats and stuff for now. So, the next segment is we're gonna do some drive-bys, which we're gonna hit some of the other races that have denoted afterlives, but there's not like a lot to say about them, and we're just gonna hit them and move on because everyone's gonna. So we already talked about ogres. So greenskins, great example. So greenskins have something that has been explored very lightly, which is called the Great Green, and it is you can literally see it in the Scarstick novel, where there's and granted, the Scarstick novel you have to take with a lot of salt because the Scarstick novel is technically two humans hearing from a blind, tortured playwright who was transcribing what Scarstick was telling him about his own life, which Scarstick almost certainly embellished aspects of.
I mean, so, he'll be high half the time. He's a freaking
so it's like a fourth retelling of the story. But in part of Scarstick's story, there is a part where there's this big ritual that goes off, and Scarstick has a divine experience where he goes to the Great Green. And the Great Green is said to be this great realm that's literally green, where it's just all of the greenskins that have died fighting. And they're just fighting for eternity, having a great fucking time, beating the shit out of each other for all of time. And in the middle of it, there are these two mountain colossal titan-sized orcs, which are Gork and Mork, who are also beating the shit out of each other. And that's it. It's just a bit. It's to the greenskins. It's the ultimate scrap, the most fun time, and they're just beating the shit out of each other for the rest of time.
Yeah, this is another example of the 40K-ization of Warhammer, where ideas from 40K are ported over. This happens a lot with the elves, where an idea starts in Warhammer, goes over to 40K, then gets ported back to Warhammer again in a slightly different form. In the case of the Great Green, that was originally from 40K, the idea of this great fungoid realm, where whenever you die as an orc, you pop over to the Great Green, and then you will be reincarnated back into some other orc at another time, which is why I bring up reincarnation as a potential for the Great Green and a potential for how orcs view that the great war masters from the past are just one orc away from coming back again in one form or another. And that's very much a possible interpretation of what the Greenskins could believe. But we don't have anything for it in the Warhammer side. We just have the occasional mention of the Great Green, which is ported over from 40K, without any of the extras from 40K about, the whole fungoid life cycle that we get in 40K, and exactly how that ties to the Great Green is relatively well described. In Warhammer, it's not the case. But I would suggest that of all of the things that have come from 40K, this isn't a bad one. In fact, I would go further. And I would say it's a good one because it makes more sense of the Greenskins because we don't have much lore there anyway. So we can add that a little bit extra. The Great Green is mentioned again and again. So why not port the rest of the stuff that really makes sense? And there is something I think quite nice about having quite a different view for the Greenskins in comparison to everybody else, where they kind of do believe in reincarnation. They kind of do believe that they've been away and they've come back again, that they've already been through their fight after fight after fight. And the next great wah is going to be coming along. It's simple. It's not complex. There's no real depth to it. It's just very much we come back. And it means that they don't worry about dying.
Yes, the thing I want to
is a core Greenskin thing.
The thing I want to add that I think also reinforces this really well is it would do a lot of lifting to explain how their ancestral memory works. Of that, we know that shamans can tap into the Great Green and apparently tell the stories of like great Greenskin heroes that have lived in prior ages, or that Greenskins will sometimes encounter something where they have a flashback to something that happened to some other orc thousands of years ago. And you could argue, oh, well, they're simply the reincarnation of why did Vorbad Ironjaw see Sigmar?
Not necessarily the memories, the spirits.
The spirits
recycling around. And I think that's great. I think it works really well. If you want to view it in the Nehikaran front, then it's the Sekhem being brought back, but not the mind. Okay, so they've got the same spirit as the one that came before. They are a reincarnation, if you will. That same spirit that's gone out to the Great Green, gone through the cycle, and come back out again. That works quite nicely, and I think would give a really strong difference for how Greenskins are in comparison to everyone else.
Yeah, and I will say, I think that would do such a fun way of tying the first Battle of Blackfire Pass to the third one, where it's almost a reincarnation of that first big bad orc that took on Sigmar back in Vorbad Ironjaw when he fights Karl Franz. And when we get that scene of when Karl Franz like screams Unburial again, lifts the hammer, and the Vorbad literally sees Sigmar about to brain him, that would explain that. That would be very fun in almost a karmic sense of he dies the exact same way again.
Which is fun. I think it would also allow you to tie in the Greenskins into some of the more Eastern facing human communities and human ethnicities in the Warhammer world, and still have them fit in really well, and have the Greenskins be matching them much more obviously than you might expect for what is really a bunch of football hooligans. It could be quite fun.
Also, I just want to share, I got a very funny message from WPK who said, I can't do any more super chats because my card is being blocked by my bank for too many super chats. I mean, feel free to just drop some regular comments and we'll try and grab them occasionally. You've been very generous this stream.
You've been awesome. Thank you.
That's very funny. I look forward to you explaining to your bank that you had very important questions about a fictional afterlife. All right, so next Afterlife I want to kick over to another one that's fairly simple, but we know little bits about it, is the Norskin Afterlife. So Norskins I love because it adds so much more complexity to them in a really fun way, which is that a lot of people may think that they're just the standard Warrior of Chaos stuff, but they're not. They actually had an afterlife that existed before they moved to actual Norska, and many of their tribes, quote unquote, degraded, which is that they have essentially Valhalla. They have an ancestor hall. It's not the same as the dwarf one, but many of them believe in a form of ancestor worship that when they die, if they prove themselves valiant, they will move on to a hall of ancestors where they will meet with all of the great warriors who died alongside them in life, or died before them, and they will get to reunite in a great feasting hall of which there is to be enjoyed feasting and battle for eternity. And some of them have like elements of like the Valkyrie aspect, which gets taken up into various stories like we see with Korn. Some of them have notes of one of the really cool ones that was explored in the Tome of Corruption for the Norskins was that many Norskins believe that life isn't real, that life is actually a dream, and that dying is waking up into the reality that is this great afterlife. So many Norskins don't necessarily fear dying because for them, this isn't real. This is a test, essentially, to earn your place beside your forefathers. And that once you die, so long as you die gloriously, there is the asterisk, that you will get to move on to a wonderful experience, which is they use in that story, which I love, to express why the Norskins are so gung-ho about fighting against like horrible, like terrifying technology, charging into like great monsters and stuff, why they're willing to, from a southern perspective, throw their lives away as long as it's glorious, because they're going to be moving on to something truly beautiful, which is cool and like has a very fun cultural relevance for them.
Yes. I'll tie back that to does because it's worth saying, is this real? And the answer is, yeah, it kind of is. And by that I mean we have very clear examples of the more Khorne-facing, more chaos-facing Norskins who absolutely are continuing to live on in some fashion or another after death. And whether that's through ascension or through some other method of their soul continuing, it does seem to be the case. And if we remove it from the chaos side and bring it back to perhaps the more standard Norskin view, their equivalent of the great feasting halls and the big fat battles afterwards, then again, we're just looking at the basics of they go to another realm after death. Will they get there or not? It will all determine how strongly they adhere to what they believe in life. And this seems to be the same core ritualistic aspects that the Nehekarans are doing in the south. The same thing is happening. It's a ritualized version of life that allows your soul to continue on in death to a particular place that is likely to be there. And that would be somewhere where all those souls gather in that particular part of the realm of chaos, or if you wish, the Aether or the realm of the gods, whatever, and it will be protected by the demons that are prowling around trying to eat absolutely everything because they all gather together in one place. And that seems to be a likely outcome because it's going to be repeated a lot.
Yeah, and that will actually take us to our next stop before I'll do some more super chat stuff again, which is chaos. To answer very bluntly, complicated as fuck, and depends a lot on the individual tribe. Where some of them believe, one that you tend to see brought up a lot, especially around Khorne, like Andy said, is the Eternal Battle. The Eternal Battle is a very often referenced thing with Khorne, where it's believed if you die well, you get to go and fight in a never-ending battlefield where there's never-ending glory and violence and yada yada. Nurgle tends to believe very much in a more cyclical, like what you are will become compost for what will be in a never-ending cycle of decay and rebirth. It's not necessarily reincarnation, but it's something that is kind of adjacent in a sense. You have like characters who have died and just full on come back later. Valnir the Reaper is a very good example of this, where he was dead for like 150 years before he finally woke up. And he is a very bizarre form of, he's not technically undead, but he kind of is at the same time. And that's something you see a lot with Chaos. It is not unusual for some great champion to die, and then later on they come back and they're not truly undead, but they're definitely not alive either. And they definitely were dead for a while.
Yeah, chaos is not really that complicated. It's easy to think of it as complicated, but it's pretty easy. If you die, and you die at the hands of those who have gone through the correct rituals, as in, I've carved you up and I'm a Khornate champion, you're going to Khorne. If you die, you go to that god's realm in the realm of chaos. And that might mean you are completely fucked. That might mean that you come back again at a later date. That might mean that you ascend to effectively small godhood. There are lots of potential end for chaos, but the vast majority, and we're not talking 99.99%, more than that, the vast majority are slaves in an eternal hell on the other side. And that obviously sucks. But in the same way that the American dream sits there going, but anyone could be a millionaire. All you need to do is hard work. All you need to do is, knuckle down. Similarly, the Chaos Gods work in a very similar fashion. Everyone has the potential for eternal life. Everyone has the potential to sit beside their god for eternity, in power, with their minds still intact, doing what they're doing. So perfect are they in the eyes of their god. Now, this happens for an exceedingly small number of individuals, but those small number exist. In the same way that there might be literally tens of millions of people out there, but only one pop star.
Yeah.
In the same way, there'll be one champion of chaos that makes it through, somehow is spotted, somehow is favored, and it's often very whimsical and will live on for eternity, with the vast majority of all the rest of them are just going to be listening to that pop star's music as they trudge away for eternity in almost certainly the worst hells that you can possibly imagine. So chaos is pretty simple. The vast majority of you are fucked when you die, and that includes those who are killed by chaos, as long as the correct rituals are performed. And if it's Khorne, those rituals are pretty easy. Carve, blood and souls for Khorne.
Yeah, give me that skull. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Hammond, John Cena is a succubus from Lamia. Sure, why not? Avani DK, are there any examples of true resurrections in Warhammer? I guess the Chaos Gods have done it on occasion, but are there any others? Yes.
Vampires.
Vampires, you could easily argue with that. Nagash has pulled this off several times. There are people who die and later fully come back as everything they were. It is rare, but it does happen.
The Warhammer world is a magical place where everything you say that can't happen happens over there at one point or another.
That's the perfect way to put it.
Yeah. So every time we say, whenever you hear Sotek and I say this, oh, that never happens, trust me, it probably has happened in some small corner of the Warhammer world, because that's the way the Warhammer world works. So the answer to this one is yes, there have been, but they're rare, they're odd, they're unsure, and they're almost certainly wrapped around with religious belief and fervent desire for a certain outcome. But yes, but no.
Yeah, and a kind of a fun fact is there are times where it can not necessarily be what it appears to be, where it may look, sound, taste, act, and seem like it's that actual person that died, but it isn't. It's an etheric entity pretending to be them or puppeting a corpse around.
Yeah, and often that etheric entity might not even realize it's not the original. There would be a good argument, for example, that Sigmar, the god, has nothing to do with Sigmar, the mortal.
Yes. Yeah, that's a really common one. Darius Rose, I want a ladder match with Anarian versus Shawn Michaels with Marathi as the prize. Also, what of the forest goblins afterlife of the spider god? So, forest goblins, which we talked about this over in the Spider God stream, do not exclusively worship the Spider God. They still worship Gork and Mork. And it is likely that many, simple answer is we don't know. The more in-depth answer would be many of them might very well still believe in the Great Green. Some of them might believe that when you die, you go on to be feasted upon by the Feaster of Beyond, maybe unless you're in his good graces or you taste a certain way or something. We don't know. There's nothing. They haven't gotten that deep of an explanation.
And I think it would be really fun, for example, to have a particular cult that very much believed they were trying to infiltrate the Great Green and bring it about to the Spider God's way so he can feast there. That would be fun. Literally everything that you could imagine as a potential outcome would be entirely acceptable for one of the very many tribes of spider goblins that are out there, forest goblins that are out there worshipping the spider god. They will manifest in lots of different ways because that's the way greenskins are.
Hammond, who would coordinate Undertaker or Nurglite Mankind? Get out. Get out. All of you, get out. There it is. Oh no, I broke chat again. It's fine. It'll repair itself. It'll repair itself. Dragon of Valhalla. Would doing it with a vampire be considered necrophilia? Asking for a friend. His name is Felix. You might know him. So
No.
Morally, no.
Yes. No. Yes.
Some asshole that's trying to be very pedantic.
Maybe. I mean, there is a significant difference between fucking a corpse and having sex with a vampire who says, let's have sex.
Yeah, funny enough, I think it actually boils down to a consent question.
There is consent on one side and not on the other. Now, by a core, it's clean definition of necrophilia, doing it with a corpse, you could argue that would include a vampire.
Your local Morite / Sigmarite might argue very happily.
Yeah, totally. The answer to this is you're going to get lots of different interpretations, and probably the people who've done it are going to say, no.
Yeah, and that one freak in the corner who's like, well, I've done it with both, and I can tell you they're very different experiences. Kurachima, given reincarnation topic, which isekai would you rather read? Gorfang's That Time I Reincarnated as an Orc, I Built a Nation. Greases' That Time I Reigned as a Fat Man, Taught My People Econ 101 and Became the Richest. Or Yin Yan's That Time I Reincarnated as Disappointment. Okay. Okay. Unironically, I for my personal, because I love girl failure so much, I would probably love the Yin Yang one most, of someone going as Warhammer World and trying to do good, but they just keep fucking it up because they don't understand how the world works. That would be hilarious. But the Greases one would probably be the most would work the best. Darius, what of the steppe people such as the Kurgan and the Hung? We don't know.
We kind of do. It's the chaos outcome.
They're much more chaos.
Through the lens of their individual beliefs. Each tribe has got its own beliefs for how the chaos gods manifest, and they are all quite uniquely different. They all view the gods through different lenses, sometimes through animals, sometimes through different names, sometimes through different rituals. But loosely speaking, they all fall back on the same place, which is do something extraordinary, the gods will reward you forever.
Yeah,
it's really simple. That's it.
I really hope if as the old world continues to expand, especially with the old world RPG, which will hopefully go over and do some big Cathay stuff, or 4th edition, I would love to get more info on the tribes north of the Great Bastion, but we'll see. Jack Ruby, Chaos Worshippers come back as basic Chaos Demons. Some do. Yep.
Some do, not all do. And I don't think there's anything. I'm going to make some small contrary point to this. There's nothing basic about any Chaos Demon. Every demon is a relatively unique entity, no matter how much they may all look the same in our various computer game.
Think about that. That's like saying a human is a basic Empire soldier or an Empire swordsman. When they're all individual people.
They're all individuals, and so are the demons, for all they are all expressions of a single god's very singular purpose. And they do lose themselves entirely. They're no longer what they once were. They're now an aspect of that god. But yes, the soul stuff is incorporated into some, but some demons are probably comprised of the soul stuff of multiple, if not hundreds or perhaps even thousands of dead souls that have been churned through the realm of chaos and possibly reforged into a different type of demon. So the answer, I don't think, is as simple as a one-on-one, although for some it absolutely is. And for some, that one-on-one creates a demon that is truly extraordinary, as we discussed in our Skull Taker stream.
Yep. So from there, moving on to a couple other ones. So next up, why don't we hit up the dwarfs? So the dwarfs have a very well-defined afterlife process. It is just like you would expect the dwarves to be. It is written in stone, and it is very well-defined. which is very suiting for them. So the dwarves have a god who oversees the process, which is Gazul, the Lord of the Underdark. And Gazul handles the transitionary period. He is more of a god of getting to the Hall of the Ancestors and making sure everything is done properly, as opposed to being in charge of you once you're there, per se. And for dwarves, it's pretty standard. When you die, your body is supposed to be taken and buried beneath stone with proper runic script around it to make sure that you are not messed with in any way. And your happy little soul ferries off to go hang out with your ancestors, assuming you haven't done some horrible, shameful thing, or one of your poor descendants hasn't fucked you all over by doing some horrible, shameful thing. And in the good scenario, Gazul goes, excellent, you're here. Carry on. Go and feast and drink with your ancestors. It is not a realm of eternal battle. It is a realm of eternal celebration. But in a very almost somber dwarf sense. Singing, chatting, grumbling.
You just go back to your ancestors.
Yeah. Now, in some unfortunate cases, you don't get past Gazul and you wander. Some of them, if they're really fucking unlucky, just wander the ether and will never find peace. Some of them get to make their way back to their mortal remains because something has happened, and they hang around waiting for some group of adventurers to show up and fucking deal with the problem.
So the dwarves are simple, which is really nice, because they have a very clear, defined afterlife, and that afterlife is they go back to their ancestors and they just sort of hang around there. And what happens there is not very well defined beyond they have a drink, they talk, they just continue on. It's
knowing them, they probably just bitch about things for eternity.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a few things that we can say for pretty much certain. Dwarves have an afterlife and it appears to be real. Dwarves have ancestor gods who have possibly not died or who have gone to said afterlife. And they are still there doing things. They are still sentient, and sometimes some of them have come back. Dwarves have ghosts, and those ghosts, if you transgress them, will sometimes come back. Those ghosts are, broadly speaking, not influenced by necromancy. You can be a necromancer, come along, fuck around with a bunch of dwarfy bits, and fuck all happens, because dwarves are also anti-magical. So it takes a lot to get them to do anything. One of the things
that actually has been very well consistent that I like is when dwarfs do come back, even through necromancy, it goes bad for the necromancer because the dwarf takes control of their corpse and beats the shit out of the necromancer and kills him.
Which is hilarious, and also speaks to the fact that the dwarf afterlife is demonstrably probably real in some fashion, which means that dwarf souls, when they move on and go into their afterlife area inside the realm of the gods, they just kind of sit there, and if their corpse is bothered, they can come back, particularly if they're given permission to do so by the ancestor god in question. And that he pretty much stands there not just as a guardian for those who are going there, but those who come back. And there's got to be a good, strong reason for you to come back, Snorri. There's got to be a really good reason for you to ever come back from the halls of your ancestors. And if there is a good reason, he'll go, fair enough. Yes, you can go back. And you will come back, not necessarily even in your own body, but possibly you will. It's very ill-defined. But you can come back. And if someone's, for example, bothering your corpse, it's possible that he'll say, yes, you can go back. But there appears to be some form of, but why? What's the importance of this? And you need to convince him that there is definitely something worth doing there.
Yep. And one of the things I think as an end-time storyline works well, but apologies for that. But doesn't the execution wasn't good, but I think the idea works very well for the setting, is the idea that there will come a day, being the end times, where Gazul will fully step aside and everyone comes back for the last great fight, which is very dwarf-pilled and is very awesome. But once again, the end times did it, but the way they did it sucked. But it's something that likely is a part of their afterlife, is that there will come a day where they will return with the ancestor gods leading them.
Yeah, there should be a core component of dwarf mythology that speaks to their equivalent of Ragnarok, their equivalent of Ranadandra, their point when the end time has come and they all come out of the realm of their ancestors to fight the last fight. And it's a fight that they all believe they are destined to lose or destined to whatever. But that is what they're all waiting for. Their souls are hanging around for that. In many respects, it tells you why. There's got to be a good reason for you to go back, because you might not be able to come back into the halls of your ancestors again if you return. You might be lost out there. Your soul might never return. And that would be bad. That would be super, super bad, because you're needed for their equivalent of Ragnarok. And I think that's the missing component of the dwarf belief system, is the next step. What are they doing it for? What is that realm all about? And it also speaks to what the old ones were all about too, and the realms that they used to not communicate with the dwarves and also set up in some respects for the dwarves, one could argue. This is all a part of what the dwarves are about. And I think there's something just missing there to explain what it is that keeps the dwarves in the realms of their ancestors and not all coming back as ghosts whenever one of their holds falls yet again. Why the hell aren't they all coming out as a spiritual army? And there's good reasons for it. It's because they're holding off to be led by their ancestors at the end of time.
Yeah, and also one of the few it's one of those things that Age of Sigmar has also handled beautifully, where it talks about them all going back to their realm, and it's hidden in AOS and no one knows where it is. It's not part of the normal set of afterworlds, which is super fucking cool and something we'll talk about another day. All right, elves. Elves
are a fun one.
Yeah, elves are fun and also very tragic. Of that, there is a very explicit, there used to be a very complex, fascinating afterlife system, and then chaos came. And shit got fucked. Because they have essentially two kinds of underworlds off the top of my head, which is that we have the so-called underworld gods, and then you have Erithkial, who has her own unique underworld where she keeps the souls of the dead. She doesn't have very many of them anymore. Well, she doesn't get as many as she used to, is the way I should put it. And hers has also twisted since she got into a spat with Assyrian. Where it seems like her purpose has been corrupted, because it seems like Erithkial very much was the, oh yeah, I take the elven souls very much like the dwarves took their souls into some kind of underworld. But that process has been violated heavily.
Yeah. Loosely speaking, elves have got it pretty simple. Elves are deeply emotional creatures, deeply, deeply emotional, far more so than any other species in the Warhammer world. And these deeply held emotions influence how their soul appears. Their soul, their second, if you will, is enormously bright. And to demons, that makes it enormously attractive because they can see it, and it is super tasty when you eat it. When an elf dies, the soul comes out, and the demons come and eat them. That is their fate. They're screwed. When chaos came, they ate the elves. And they didn't just eat the elves, they also ate the elven gods. There are hardly any elven gods anymore. There used to be hundreds of the motherfuckers all over the place, loads of them. And the elven gods were massively diminished. Now, a different way of viewing that would be just gods were killed by chaos. Loads of gods. You don't even need to use the word elf on it. The gods that were in the mortal realms were destroyed and fled. Very few elf gods remain, but their souls still pop out when they die, and they get eaten by demons. Now, the elves have come up with a variety of ways to try and stop themselves being utterly devoured, and it isn't a nice experience. This is the worst screaming hell you can imagine, as your soul is torn to shreds by ravenous demons, particularly of She Who Thirsts, Slanesh, who likes to eat all the elves. And they've come up with a couple of different systems. The High Elves, for example, they tie their cells to the local waystone. So when they're born, they do a little ritual to tie their soul to the waystone and pass into the little way shard so that their soul will transfer into the great network of stones that spread all over the Warhammer world. And each one of these waystones holds the souls of thousands, potentially, of elves. So that stone should be destroyed, they're all released, and the demons have a feeding frenzy. It's ace! They come in like sharks and they eat them all. This is a shallow, mindless experience trapped in a rock that makes the Dark Elves shudder with terror. The idea of having this nothing experience effectively tending to the great network that sucks magic out of the world, which they don't believe in anyway, is quite literally hell to them. So the high elf route out of it is go load your soul into a stone. The Wood Elves have got a slightly different version. They, loosely speaking, give their souls over to the forest. And that can manifest in lots of different ways. They tie themselves through ritual to the forest in which they live. And that ritual means that when they die, their spirit goes into the wood. Now, that doesn't mean that they will retain their individuality. When it goes into the wood, it might be absorbed and it just becomes a part of the forest. It might rebirth as a bunch of smaller spirits or something similar. It might just be lost forever. But some elves believe that not only will that still be maintained, that you might meet that elf at some other point, moving its way down one of the paths. You could meet the ghosts of old wood elves that are still inside the forest. Do you want to add a bit there?
So two things I want to add is that, so the wood elf one is actually really interesting, because obviously, and then he's also referring, of course, to treekin, which is that some of them...
I'm not to the treekin yet.
Oh, okay, he's about to get to the treekin. So
yeah, I'm about to get to those.
I'll let him deal with that. But the one I also want to add is that there's also theories that wood elves flat out have a reincarnation process. And this is because there's an interesting quote about populations where it says the wood elves, very mystically, their population doesn't change. When an elf dies, a new one is born. And they've somehow maintained a consistent population, whereas the dark elves are rising and the high elves are falling in population, which you could theoretically... you could theoretically explain that as their soul goes to the forest, and the forest puts them back in a new elf.
And indeed, and the spirit of the forest seems to maintain the wood elf population, which indeed I was about to mention because it's super cool. Now, is that true? Well, you know what? It's kind of up for debate, but it certainly works, and it does make sense for the way that they work with nature. And of course, there is the treekin as well. Some of the spirits get locked into dead trees that are perhaps not in the best shape, and they come back as treekin. They are literally warrior motherfuckers.
Yeah, the treekin are really sad too, because the vast majority of them are not like, you can't talk to them. Like they're not true lost individuals. They're more like almost beasts that are kind of directed, with some exceptions, like Amadri Ironbark, who died horribly. He got tortured to death by Slanesh stuff, and he's so funny. He died in this horrible way by Slanesh demons. You would think, oh, he get 8. Nah, he was so angry. He was so pissed that his soul went and possessed a tree. He immediately woke up, walked to the top of the mountain over his own corpse, and caused an avalanche and killed all the demons, which is fucking hilarious. And he's still around.
It's worth noting that this is a classic thing that often happens with those who die in a way that is utterly unacceptable to them. They come back as ghosts. And for the elves, those spirits can often possess other things because, like the treekin, they can exist. But beyond that, wood elves sometimes also pop off to the overall big god answer, which is what the dark elves fall back on. And by the way, this is shit. Okay, the dark elves go, so my soul's going to be devoured when I die. I don't give a fuck. I am going to live my life to the extreme while I'm alive, because I can't do anything about what happens after. I am not going to live in a stone. I don't want to become some shadowy version of what I once was. I want to be me. Me and only me. That means that should they die, their soul's almost certainly going to the Chaos Gods, but there are potential routes out of that. For example, if you die in a way that just is unacceptable, many elves come back as spirits, and some of them constantly haunt parts of not only Northern Ulthuan, but parts of Naggaroth as well. And they never really pass on. They are still there. They've not been eaten by Slanesh because they're still in the material realm, in that sort of penumbral, in that close to the real realm, ghostly place, the underworld, if you will. That's not really the realm of the gods. But there's also a couple of gods. In fact, there's more than a couple. Most of the gods have got their own realm all of them, in fact, but there's only some of them that particularly care to actually reach out and stop the elves from passing on. One of them is Erith Kael, who will literally grab any soul that Slaanesh hasn't grabbed for whatever reason. Slaanesh has missed it, grab it, yank it down, and turn it into an undead ghost killer with zero personality. You are now mine! God damn it! So
yeah,
that's
so it's
funny.
like, oh, okay, so you didn't get devoured for eternity, you get turned into a horrible, murderous slave raid for eternity. Great!
So, yeah, the Dark Elves aren't too hot on that either. Loek sometimes steps in for souls that are particularly close to Loek. Loek will literally have a gambling match, so the stories say, with Slaanesh, and they'll sit down, they'll play a game, and apparently Loek sometimes wins. Sounds like bullshit to me, and trickery. Classic Loek. Far more likely is Loek somehow steals them away at an appropriate moment and yanks them down into Loek's realm of dance, trickery, and whatever else that Loek might be doing in his places in between as he hides from the War of the Gods as it wages on. But the other gods as well, as and when they can make their attempt, do. But they kind of can't, because Slaanesh drives hard for every soul. And it's only on the rare occasions that Slaanesh is doing something elsewhere, or you're on sacred land, or you've died in a weird way, or some imposition is in place for the demons not to immediately eat you. Is there a chance that one of the other gods can step in? One of the biggest mysteries of all elven death is, where the fuck is Isha? Because she loves her elves with a passion that is almost unrivaled, yet does not step in ever. Now, there's various tales, Nurgle-esque or whatever else you want to go with, that could potentially explain it. But I do think that the better explanation is just to simply go, the examples that we have so far are just examples of a far greater discussion about all the elven gods, who are all desperately trying to save elves in whatever way they can, according to their individual beliefs. Meaning that we have afterlives, there are elves in there, there are some elven heroes in there, but the vast majority of the elves are just gone or downloaded in some way into either the forest or some stones that leaves them less than computers.
Yeah, and just to give y'all some quick, like, one of the cool reveals we got in Age of Sigmar was that, like, Mathlan was hiding elven souls in, like, the absolute depths of the sea for a long time, until, like, the world literally blew up and he couldn't do it anymore. There are mentions about Cain's bloody hells, where supposedly Cain might torture or punish people. There's stuff where you have, like, the hunting realms of Kurnos, where there are great hunts that go for eternity. There are things where, like, Assurin is vaguely implied to kind of protect the souls of the Phoenix Kings, because the Phoenix Kings seem to do a pretty good job of not getting eaten. And then there are some funny cases, like Belshazzar is just wandering around the libraries of the White Tower of Hoth for some reason.
So, yeah, but, some elves live on. It's also worth noting that elves aren't like any of the other species. And that elves, as they grow close to death, sometimes just don't die. Yeah. This has popped up in more than one place. So, for example, when elves deal with their bodies after death, dark elves literally don't care. They're dead, they're gone, whatever. But high elves take far more care with their dead, because it's possible they're not actually dead and they're just having a nap. And indeed, some of them have got up hundreds of years later and gone, yep, I'm to my next part of my life now. Let's go. And they're like, okay, fair enough. Yep, you weren't dead. Told you he wasn't dead, because they'd just been left in that mausoleum for the last couple of hundred years. So elves are a magical race that do things differently to other species. But loosely speaking, their life cycle ends with their soul goes to Slaanesh unless something steps in and takes them elsewhere. And there's only two other places they can go. One of their gods' realms, and they find that hard because Slaanesh is so rapacious, or alternatively, the elf themselves does something that downloads their soul into something material. But doing that, they lose their personality.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say about elves, just as a fun thing for anyone that's doing Wolfric stuff out there, is that a god that's really fun to kind of play around with is Nethu, who is the son of Erith Kael, and is he is the guardian of the door.
The doorway.
And one of the things that's very fun about him, if you're playing with an elf, is if you're wanting to really delve into elf history, and I don't think Cubicle 7 will explore this, but it'd be fun if they did, is keep in mind, like as I said earlier, there used to be a much more standard, seemingly, process of you die, you go to Nethu, and Nethu lets you into Arethiel's underworlds before she got super pissed at Ashurin. Because for those that don't know, Arethiel essentially kind of tried to make a move on Ashurin, and he was like, "No, be gone." And she got.
There's probably a whole story behind
and
that.
it's probably far
Ashurin
deeper than
says
that.
no to everyone. So she was clearly trying to get her own way, and he said no, and she was like,
she got like to say, hell hath no fury like a Arethiel scored. Where what's implied is that Arethiel got so furious that she twisted her underworld into what it was supposed to be, to instead turning every spirit she had into a warrior slave entity that she's going to try and use to literally attack the heavens themselves and claw Ashurin from his throne.
And win Ranadandra. In
cool.
many respects, it's not just to claw Ashurin, it's to end the cataclysm, because that's what sent them mad.
Yeah, which is great.
To defeat chaos. It's beautiful.
There's a good story there about what exactly drove Arethiel mad and what was she like before she went mad. And feel free to have fun with that. Like maybe you could, I don't know, maybe your PCs could run into the mortal avatar of Nethu somewhere and talk to him and learn that he's much more reasonable than his mother, and maybe he remembers what his mother used to be like. And there being a story there, which is super fun.
Definitely didn't happen in my games.
You totally won't find him somewhere in Ubersreich. No, that would be silly. He's not hanging out in a really interesting poor tenant building somewhere. Okay, let's get caught up on Super Chat. Oh, and the last thing,
it's still going.
Jesus Christ. Last thing I'll say, because I saw some people asking about this in chat. Chaos Dwarfs, they don't care. They don't care. Chaos Dwarfs believe that dying is a weakness, and that if you die, you deserved it. Fuck you. Hash it. Hopefully tortures you for being so weak. Get fucked. They don't care.
Except for those sorcerers who managed to turn to stone at the top and is a perpetual.
Funny enough, they're not.
Servant to
for anyone that doesn't know, they're not dead, which is horrifying. They're stuck as statues, which is
what
not
a way
great.
to go.
Darius Marathi, what are you? 5'2", Sean? Well, that depends. When I'm standing on my wallet, I'm 10 foot tall, baby. Ugh. Does the suck it pose? Last one, I swear. 10 foot tall on my wallet. That's a good one. Lizard Chris, if you subscribe that Snorri is Grombrindal, did his spirit / soul ever go to the halls of the ancestors and come back, or did it stay with him until he woke up angry? We talked about this in the Grombrindal stream a lot.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, because this is actually covered.
It's answered deliberately in the lore. So go watch that stream.
Yep. Totally.
Avani DK, is every dwarf a DWF Dwarf Wrestling Federation match a grudge match? Obviously. Obviously. Kurashima, I don't know if you've answered this, but what would happen to the already dead souls when the world blew up? If you were already dead, but your soul had somehow been protected up to that point, it no longer is have fun, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's trouble.
Unless it just wasn't, which happened for some people with Age of Sigmar, but that's a discussion for Age of Sigmar specific stuff, which is a whole nother thing.
Loosely speaking, if you're in a safe afterlife, you are more likely to survive soul-wise into the next era.
Yeah. Avani DK, and then Chaos came and fucked things up. Isn't that just Warhammer setting in general? Yeah, basically.
Damn straight it is.
Kurashima, what happened to the adopted one souls like the Tomb King Dwarf? This is actually very easy to answer, which is that the Nehekarans ultimately the day prep the body for a very specific process. So the idea that they might have a Moses baby dwarf that gets adopted, but when he died, he went through all of that preparation process. Yep. He goes through the exact same thing.
Or he's a dwarf and it fails. And I think that's
and
both of those outcomes are fine.
There's actually a very reasonable story of he died, went to Gazul and explained, this is my clan, this is my family, they're calling me back, I must answer. And Gazul looked at him and went, okay, like by dwarf, by what Valea teaches us, you have a reasonable argument, you may leave. And he went, cool. So that's also very possible. Marathi, do you think we elves should look into how the Cathayans made their physical afterlife, or is it made of magic that only applies for useless humans? So we're about to get into Shyama here in just a second. And Shyama is a very unique case that what I would wager is that if you were an elf looking at Shyama, you would realize it's not what the dragons claim it is the way I would put it. Jack Ruby, Corn, Horde Skulls, or Souls. Nurgle. Oh, wait. Oh, Corn Horde Skulls tends to his garden, seems to be planning on building something after everyone is dead. All 4 gods have aspects of life / cycle. So something we've talked about a lot is that the Chaos gods, when you break it down, they are gods of life. Like all of them.
I mean, all the gods kind of are.
But like they are a cancerous, endless, horrible life.
Yeah, and they're just consuming all the souls that come in that direction, and totally.
They're big gluttonous goobs. Like they're goobers.
Yeah, I don't think that's unfair.
That one guy, one of my favorite things about Bosmer the Green. Bosmer is the Green Pact commandment to eat only meat. Do Wood Elves and Warhammer have similar commandments? No. Because life is life, and life consumes other life in order to survive. It's a normal part of the cycle. Kurnos says you hunt, but you respect what you hunt, and you use every part of it, and you only hunt what you need. You don't kill wantonly. And then there's Aneth Rainbow over in the corner who says, kill fucking everything! Hunt it all! Who cares?
Yeah, pretty much.
Godzilla 2021. Yeah, remember, elves are not tree hippies. Wood elves are much more true nature. And nature be fucking scary, yo.
I agree.
Godzilla 2021. You ever think a zombie or someone like that awakened from a long time, finds themselves stuck in a reinforced /chains coffin and thinks, oh, fuck, I'm stuck? Yes. Actually, if you want a really sad, good version of this, go read the story of the Red Duke. Because that's what happens to him. He wakes up stuck in a coffin for a long time, and spoiler, when he gets out, he's not in a good headspace. Relic, I see elves being claimed exclusively by Slaanesh as 40k bullshit without much precedent in fantasy and prefer to ignore it in my games for that. I mean, that's okay. If you want to ignore it, you can.
I mean, you're right. The 40kization of Warhammer, bouncing backwards and forwards and feeding each other with different ideas is definitely a thing. But the elven gods in 40k came from Warhammer. And then porting parts back is no great surprise. I don't think it's 40k bullshit. I think it fits relatively well. It speaks to what the elven souls are, and it speaks to, in a way that makes sense, everything that elves represent in Warhammer. There's nothing there that is bullshit per se. It doesn't feel like they've written a thing that makes no sense. But I will say that in 40k, the reason for it is stronger, much stronger. And the story behind Slaanesh and the Eldar, the Eldari, whatever you prefer, is a stronger story for rationalizing why there is a very strong need for those souls to be going to Slaanesh per se. But I don't think that it's, for Warhammer, bad. I just don't think it's as strong.
Yeah, if anything, I would just say it'd be nice to see their we know Cubicle 7 is releasing a high elf book very soon. Not the player's guide, which they already released, but like an actual core high elf book about Ulthuan itself. And it would be nice to see them tackle a little bit of maybe the relationship between Slaanesh and the elves and offer some myths about why it is what it is. Because you're right that it's not super well explored. Like there are some reasons, but they're very loose.
Yeah, I agree. And the reasons are very, very metagamey. And that there's stuff that draws upon knowledge that us as readers of Warhammer fully recognize. Oh, it's elf spirits. That's the way they are. And Slaanesh demons drawn to them afterwards totally makes sense, particularly when you tie it back to whatever happened in the Cataclysm, very poorly expressed, but we know shit went down. This all makes sense. But for the elves, there is a tragedy here that needs better explanation in the game. Not for us with our god level awareness, but in game it needs strong myths, deep storytelling to explain what's going on with the elves and what they think of this and how it's come to pass, what's going on with Slaanesh. And that has never happened because all we got was a couple of dropped comments inside, say, for example, the army lists for 8th edition, where they drop a couple of comments. Also, all the souls go to Slaanesh, job done. That's across the 3 army lists over in 8th edition for Warhammer. And that's just not enough for the roleplay side. So the roleplay game needs this extra detail.
Yeah, because there are some foundations they can easily build on. It's like, why is Slaanesh obsessed purely with elven souls? Why is Morgar obsessed purely with the gods the elves keep close to them? Like there's something going on there that hopefully could one day be fleshed out with myth.
Yeah,
we don't need like I don't need a god answer. I want in-universe answers.
Agree completely. And this is where, say, something like, particularly because it's relevant for the moment, where Elder Scrolls does very well, where every single answer that you get from the Elder Scrolls style of lore is in-game, all from a unreliable narrator who believes a particular thing. Even when the gods themselves pop up, they're unreliable. They claim that I am right, and this is why this happens, but they're all in-game voices. Nothing is out-of-game god voice, and we're lacking those voices in Warhammer.
Rocker Boy Jukebox, come on, make pro wrestling martial arts rules for Wolfrup, Andy. I want to hit Sigval with a pile driver and the clothesline from hell. Okay, you joke, but you could use the systems that Andy and his compatriots put into the starter set and the core rulebook to do a wrestler type character very easy, because they explain, if you go look at the performance skill, about how it can be used with other traits, not just using fellowship, but using other attributes like agility or strength to do things like wrestling. And there's a wrestling talent. There are ways to do this in the game as it already exists. Avani DK, what else always remind me of the Jungle Book, Red of Fang and Claw, which they should. I think that makes sense. All right, so we've talked about elves, dwarves.
Dwarves.
Quick stop over and lizardmen party, because lizardmen are very easy. They don't have one. The lizardmen are, very interestingly, the lizardmen are an extremely material species, not because they don't understand the ether, but because they're very focused on fulfilling things that have to do with the material world. The Slan.
I'd like to bring up this question because I think it's because really you popped in the super chat. Super thanks for that. But I do think this is worth covering. Okay, it just feels like later writers just mixed up fantasy and 40k. Elf souls are powerful. Why wouldn't Nurgle call dibs when he's strong enough to get them? Why did I? It's not power. That's the mistake. It's not power. It's obsession. Elven souls are full of passion. They're full of emotion. They are full of the stuff that Slaanesh loves. Nurgle doesn't love them. Khorne doesn't love them. Tzeentch doesn't love them. Slaanesh is obsessed with it because it is Slaanesh's primary food group. This is exactly what it wants. And those souls, as they pop up, it's like nectar. They are perfect to Slaanesh. So it's not power per se that we're looking at here. It is the emotional entanglement that they have with Slaanesh. Slaanesh and the elves are surprisingly close. And this is where I agree with you. It's not that they later writers have mixed up fantasy and 40k. They've not mixed it up, as in they've just, gone, I think this should be the case, can't remember or whatever. They've purposely imported parts that make sense because all the gods of 40k came from Warhammer anyway. And they've taken those story components and they've put them into Warhammer because it makes sense, particularly because we're dealing with divine entities. And it does sort of make sense. But the bit for me that's missing is the explanation. That's it. We know why it completely makes sense and why the other gods don't care about it. But that's not something that the elves would appreciate. That's not how the elves would see it. They just have this predating god constantly at their heels. And that needs the answer, I think.
Yeah, and one thing I would also add to your headcanon if you want, you can throw this out if you don't want to use it, is also think of it in the sense of like predators competing over a resource. Slaanesh is so obsessed with elf souls that Slaanesh is always willing to go all in. Whereas for other gods, looking at that and being like, do I want to fight Slaanesh for every fucking elf soul when I could have hundreds, thousands of humans for every elf? And you can argue maybe that's why swarming hordes of ill humans in all the cities just dying off and Nurgle predating upon them. Think about how resistant resistant, if not immune, in some arguments, elves are to disease. Nurgle would look at them and be like, these aren't fun. I don't like these. Or like elves just don't lend themselves as well to the other gods compared to like humanity. And I that's the biggest argument I would make, is that Slaanesh is willing to throw down for every fucking elf soul because Slaanesh is a glutton that has no self-control. And the other gods control their
I would
resources.
just like to say, I agree with you entirely, Relic.
Yeah, I agree as well.
I agree. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it has been very poorly implemented. I think as an idea, it's sound, it matches the Warhammer mythology, it makes sense for the gods as we have them. It just hasn't been properly tackled, and that for me is unfortunate.
Yep. All right. So Lizardmen, thank you for bringing that up. That was great.
Thank you.
For Lizardmen, we know that the Lizardmen do prep. They do mummify bodies. So like when notable Lizardmen die, skinks, even Saurus and the like, they will gather up the bits of their body and properly, wrap them in bindings and prepare them with special resins and all these things, and they are preserved in places. I actually appreciate very much the Lustria book by C7, which added more lore to what happens with the Lizardmen dead, where there's like a whole city of the dead, which granted the book very much uses as a haha Cthulhu reference, but beyond that, there's like an entire city where notable Lizardmen are just taken. And if you were to walk in, you have no idea what the fuck the Lizardmen are doing with it. No one lives there. It is a city purely dedicated to the veneration of the dead. But no one lives there. No one worships it. No one even interacts with it. There's not some great old one they're making offerings to. There is a old one of the dead, which is Tlax, or Tlash. But the Lizardmen they're much more focused on the constant battle. The only exception, of course, being the Slann, which the Slann very hilariously, which always comes up in very funny memes, but is a genuinely very spooky thing. But it makes sense if you think about what we talked about earlier. When the Slann died, they just go, no.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stay right here. But they are etherically, stupidly powerful entities.
Yeah, so I think that is worth calling out and making sure that we all understand for what it is, because it is seen by some as a bit daft, and it absolutely isn't in Warhammer. We are dealing with entities of extraordinary power. And when the Slann dies, if its body is still in place, it can just attach its soul right back to that body again, which is now dead, and if it goes through the proper preparations, mummification, all the rest, the soul will now just sit there forever. And it will be no longer material, which means it will no longer influence the material realm in the same way. The mortal realms, as they are in Warhammer, are not easily influenced by purely spiritual entities, but they are anchored to their own bodies, so they can still do stuff. So when they get carried out on some sort of war altar by Saurus heavy boys, then yeah, they can throw spells out, they can do all sorts of crazy shit, but their awareness of the world around them, they have no eyes, they're not looking. They're etheric entities, which means that everything is more distant to them. They're not what they once were. But when you take a look at someone like Croak, he's still something pretty freaking impressive. And that will be the case for any of the older generation. Because remember, the very first gen and the second, most of them were wiped out. And I don't just mean that they were killed by the Chaos forces as they came in, or as they attempted to do ridiculous spells to hold back Chaos, or the Gates, or Morrslieb, or whatever else. They were literally evaporated.
They were. Yeah.
They were gone. There was nothing to be mummified and carried out, and the souls that were attached to them disappeared off into the ether as well, quite literally into the ether.
Now, a lot of them got devoured as well, like very explicitly.
And because they were unrooted, many got devoured. Some of them, though, I imagine, were super powerful and managed to hide themselves away somewhere, particularly because some of them will have been aware of the broader plans of the old ones, and the broader plans of the old ones included the elven gods, many of which had their own realms, many of which were somehow protected against the depredations of chaos when they went through and murdered all of the gods that once existed in the Warhammer world. So some of them probably got away, but the vast majority that still survive are tied to their material bodies.
Yep. All right, and to kick around a couple of flash ones as well. Halflings. Not very well explored, sadly, the poor little types. But what we know about halflings have a very laissez-faire relationship when it comes to etheric matters such as gods. Even though they have their own religion, when you read about halflings, they're actually quite funny in that, well, not like in a genuine haha sense, but in that they have almost have a familial relationship towards gods, of like they acknowledge them. You know, they're like,
Yep.
oh, I don't want to piss them off, so I'll acknowledge them. But worship is not really a core part of halfling life. Thinking about the great afterlife is not a core part of halfling life. It's about enjoying life, living it.
Yeah, they live in the moment, very much like ogres. They live in the moment, but they do it in a very different way. And they're not held back by their somewhat more abstract thoughts. Ogres have got very limited thoughts on how they deal with the surrounding world. Halflings are very much living with their families, and the gods are a part of their families. Not in the same way that, say, for example, the dwarf ancestor gods are, where they are literally descended from the gods. No, quite different. They're just a member of the family. Hyacinth, Josias, whoever the other various halfling gods may be that are important. They're just like Uncle Tom. You don't worship Uncle Tom. Okay, Esmeralda is not worshipped in a way that we understand worship. It's why you don't get priests, halfling priests, doing all the halfling priest stuff. It's because their gods don't need to be feared. Their gods don't need to be respected. Their gods don't need to be tended to and worshipped. None of those things matter because their gods are like family members. They look after their family. So the halflings don't need to do anything for their gods to look after them. So there's no need for them to be worshipping or calling on them or doing any of that business because it's always there all the time, in the same way that your old Uncle Bill is always going to be there. And if you give him a phone call, Bill will come round and give you a help putting the shopping in or whatever it is that you call Uncle Bill for.
Helping you cook a meal.
Okay. Exactly. But they're relatively mundane in the greater scheme of things. They don't do miracles like the human gods. And in many respects, they think the human gods are really weird. The way they're constantly intervening whenever humans pray and call down and say, please help me. Sort yourself out, son. I've got me and my entire family.
Unironically, Walk, the halflings and their relationship with the gods is actually very based.
They're really kind of chill about the whole affair. But that does mean, though, that the writers very rarely think about what those gods are doing because they're often just concentrating on what the halfling players need, which is just how to be halfling. And that doesn't really require much thought about the gods at all, meaning that we don't have much information as to what happens with a halfling soul. What happens when they go off to the eternal happiness of the great Mootland from beyond? We don't know.
The great green fields of Illyria. I mean, halfling in them.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know. And I think this is somewhere where we have to step in again and say there is quite clearly a halfling afterlife. Because the halflings as a community get round and celebrate everything. And that includes the life and death of their family members. Which means that when a halfling dies, they are going to celebrate it. Because they always celebrate. It's what halflings do. And they will do it in great family groups. And they'll be getting together and they'll be having a drink and they'll be having a smoke. And they'll be talking about that time when Fat Tom was doing whatever. And then Elsie came over. And then Elizabeth III did this. Or whatever else that they're doing. But they will celebrate it. Which means that the life will be celebrated and they will have some form of service. That will definitely occur.
Yeah.
But what happens with the soul afterwards?
Something that I would actually add for halflings, because this is a great kind of part of this stream, a little bit. This is the first time we really get to talk about something, or I think there's a genuine gap filling that can happen, is that halflings are very unique as well, because they're not magic resistant, but they are etheric resistant. They're resistant against etheric entities and etheric corruption, which is very unique. So they're not like dwarfs, which are just resistant to all magic, but they are resistant to mutation, to the influence of chaos, which to me would suggest that if they were to die, their spirits would be far more resistant to like the predations of etheric predators.
I would argue they'd actually be quite, in terms of souls, they're just small.
Yeah.
So
small and robust.
If we go to, for example, over to the Nehekaran way of viewing it, their Sekhem is actually really tiny. They don't have much of the way of a great magic using ability or great shiny souls or anything. They're very small. Their intellect is big. The rest of them is all big, but they themselves are relatively small in the etheric stance, which means they'll just burrow away and go off to wherever they're going to go.
Yeah, you can almost imagine them being like slippery. Yeah.
The demons are just going to miss him. They're just not there. So I think that there's almost certainly a relatively strong halfling afterlife. Halflings very much concentrate on great family lines. They know all of their descendants, where they came from. They're fully aware of all that stuff. They do great genealogies. One of the the Hafenleiber, for example, is one of the greatest genealogies of all the halflings that have spread out, and the great clans of halflings that have spread out across the empire. And the Hafenleiber is important to them because it traces those genealogies. So there's clearly some sort of importance placed on family, placed on origin, placed on where you come from, and also what comes next. It seems a core component of halfling life that has not really been properly explored, and that is what happens when it comes to an end. And
something I can kind of imagine, especially if you're going with the idea of them almost being beneath notice, is they're almost being like a great burrow. A great mound that exists within the ether.
I'd be less happy with burrow because it seems a bit too Tolkien. And you tend to find halfling villages aren't these great burrowed mounds with circular doors and
maybe it's a great field. Like it's just a massive field.
A big garden party. You definitely get the feeling.
It's just a big party. Yeah.
You get the feeling that the halflings will just carry on as they were in death in the next step, which will be that they're with their gods. Okay, Uncle Tom, who's been looking after us this entire time, Josias, for example, one of the halfling gods, or Esmeralda, another one of the halfling gods, they're actually there at their table now, and continuing on. But there's something missing, and that is, what's the point of it all? What do they believe? And I think that needs a very clear path.
Yeah, I also like to headcanon that the reason the halflings are not in Age of Sigmar is their gods did such a good job that they all were just like, oh look, the world blew up. Well, we'll just continue enjoying ourselves over here, and they didn't bother going to the stupid next big fight that they had to everyone else had to deal with.
They're safe. Bless them, little halflings.
So I actually want to bring up this comment that I saw about the Slann. So Face Octopus asks, regarding the Slann, I thought they became Lords of Change when they die. So I understand where you're getting this from. In the 7th edition, Demons of Chaos book, which delved heavy into the Great Cataclysm. Like, it gave us way more background of the Great Cataclysm than any other book had. And one of the things that's brought up is they talk a lot about the initial war between the Lizardmen and the demons, which is good because if you look at the timeline of the Cataclysm, that should have taken up like 400 to 600 years or something, that every other Cataclysm discussion just immediately skips over. But in the discussion, it talks about how the Slann are like winning the battle very easily. Like the demons were getting their shit rocked for a while. But as magic started to change and the Slann started to miscast and the demons became more powerful, when the Slann would die, there is a suggestion that when a Slann would die, their death would cause some great disturbance within the ether that could result in a Lord of Change being born into existence, which almost implied like they're being corrupted into a Lord of Change, which isn't impossible. I will say that it is totally possible that could have been what happened.
I agree. It's one of those lovely little details, which is what's missing in many of the other afterlife myths, and that's the myth of it all. This isn't a certainty. This isn't something that happens. When a Slann dies, we get ourselves a Lord of Change. What we have instead is the fear of it, the myth of it, the potential that a Lord of Change even claims it and claims it was this once. Doesn't mean it ever was, because it's an in-game view. And that's what's largely missing, in-game myths, rather than these overarching god stories, which we often get in the army lists, which are actually the poorer stories, because they say in black and white, this happened, and this happened, and it takes away the magic and mystery of the Warhammer world.
Yeah, because what you could easily
confirming it in black and white.
What you could easily argue is that's why the relic piece became a thing, where the Lizardmen, the Slann were like, hey, you could argue that the reason that came about is the Lizardmen were like, oh, we have to put their bodies back together and bind them so that they don't get lost and corrupt. They're grounded into their material bodies, which keeps them here and not turning into Lords of Change. So, there's you could work with that easily. All right, let's grab some more super chats and then we'll hop into the next segment. Drawing Widowmaker could be tied to why elf souls are damned to Slaanesh. Sure, if you want to. It's
the link there is loose.
It's very loose, but
I mean, you could write a story where that's the thing, but I would be hesitant to make yet another thing tied to the drawing of Widowmaker, I would prefer to build a new set of myths around those events, perhaps, but not the Widowmaker part per se.
Kurshima, so why didn't Mazda Money just pop back after having a heart attack? Mazda Money was weak. In Mazda Money's defense, he literally died, and then Lustria got obliterated by Warpstone meteors about 10 minutes afterwards. So he didn't have a whole lot of time in his defense. So I would argue that, I mean, if Mazda Money's body had been claimed by the Skinks and made to a relic priest, he would have become a relic priest, but there was literally no time. Zar94, got off work, see Lorebeards, smile and happiness as I click. I hear Sotek talking about Lisbon City of the Dead. I'm immediately confused and go back to the beginning of the stream. Nice to have some consistency in life. And don't worry, we will. I actually very strongly feel that we will almost assuredly be finishing Lakotl in June. Is what I'm kind of ballpark. Amadeus, here we go. To take us into our next segment. Can we say anything with gnomes and how they feel about death in the afterlife?
Yeah, nothing was written because I had fuck all space. I had like 5 pages to write an entire species. So nothing was written in there per se, but gnomes share a weird space that very few other species other than human space, and that's that they have both spell-using priests and prayer-using priests and magic. They've got it all wrapped up into one bundle. So yeah, there's almost certainly a clan of gnomes that are directly tied to a god of death for the gnomes. It has never been written. It's not in place, so we don't have a version of it. I think it would make a super fun project to do. The gnomes live for a good few hundred years, so that's going to breed a certain healthy fear of death. They also use dark magic, which is something that is potentially a very corrupting source.
They use necromancy as well.
Yeah, they do. They've got necromancy's bad. No, necromancy's out.
Okay. I know they can take it as a
magic
talent.
is in. Yes, they can. Dark magic is in. Necromancy is illegal in the same way.
Okay, so I guess it's worth saying that some gnomes have fallen to necromancy, which suggests a paranoia towards death.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've got a fear of death. That much is certain. They are wreathed in Ulgu, are very good at hiding from stuff, but there's nothing clearly marked for what they view as the next step. I would love to have written it, didn't. I imagine some sort of underground version of a Garden of More, cross similar to what the dwarves have as well, for what the gnomes would manifest. They are certainly very focused on their gods, so there will be a god of death, but it hasn't been written.
That could be a fun Wednesday night stream. To like as a follow-up to this one, could be gnomes specifically, because it's so dearth.
Yeah, and it's super unlikely that anyone's ever going to write much about it anyway, so that's a nice
Cubicle 7 has been unfortunately very touch and go with the gnomes, which makes me sad. They've used them a little bit, but not nearly as much as I wish they would have. All right. Okay, we've hit gnomes, we've hit halflings, we've hit ogres, we've hit dwarves, lizardmen, elves. We've talked about chaos. We've talked about the Nehakarans. Cathay.
Yes, we have.
So in Grand Cathay, Cathay came out the gate swinging with a fascinating afterlife, which is that in Cathay, like all of the most powerful, terrifying things of Cathay, there is the whooshing compass. And the whooshing compass is sat up in the literally flying celestial city above the capital city. And it also is the center point between the Great Bastion, which goes off to the west, and the Spirit River, or the Spirit Dragon River, which goes off to the east, the Death River. And this river is also where the Cathayan underworld is, where, according to myth, and I want to really heavily say this, myth, at the absolute depths of the river is the court of Shiama the Death Dragon, where Shiama is said to have died, and we know that there is actually a place in the central riverlands of Cathay called Shiama's Rest, where supposedly she was killed. But Shiama's body was taken to this river by her father and placed at the bottom of it, and it's said that she dreams despite being dead. And her dreams are the Cathayan underworld. And it is said to be some realm that when you die in Cathay, your spirit, there's something done to you when you die, because there are monks of Shyama who supposedly can even visit her court at the bottom of the river. But there is, you go through some kind of process, and your soul is guided to this realm where you serve in Shyama's court for eternity. But those who die can be called back by specific spells that basically reach into Shyama's realm of dreaming, and they open a gateway, and a regiment of warriors come marching out that are your ancestors, and they come out to fight. And they do.
Yeah.
They are actual fighting entities. They're, in some, you might say, a divine servant, but coming from a material being, which is a dragon, which is super fucking fascinating.
Yeah.
And the other,
I love this.
Yeah, it's very unique, but there are parts of it that tie into lots of different aspects of what we know about the afterlife, which is super fucking cool.
Yeah, so I love this entire thing. And I love it because it is myth. That's number one, which means the things that come out of that realm do not necessarily come from the people who died and are being manifested, because it's a spell, effectively. Summoning forth a spectral army that could just be a frickin' spell. It could be. The lack of answer makes it stronger, because we then, as we're plumbing at it, ask questions. Well, it could be this, it could be that. And that makes it more interesting for us to discuss. We don't here say, oh, it's definitely this is what happens, and that's it, because that's actually kind of dull. Instead, what we have is a material dragon that, well, is playing God. And if it is doing everything that the myths suggest, it's now a god of death with its own etheric realm that is sourced down through the bottom of this river.
Yeah, meanwhile, the dragons are being like, no gods! Gods are not, no gods!
And that's fascinating as a potential discussion. But there's other ways it could be interpreted. There's different ways that this could go. It could be a trick. It's basically a way of keeping all of those souls away from their gods that they would potentially worship. Okay, and it's being tricked through to use all of that soul stuff to help power the great works that are put in place, like the Great Bastion. All of these souls, they're tiny, tiny little motes in the greater scheme of things, but when you've got millions, that suddenly outshines any elf. As they're all getting shunned towards, and they've got the whooshing compass channeling magical energies in different directions. There's lots of things that we can discuss here for what it could be. And I think the bit that I love most about all of this is it's not answered. It's all given with myth.
So I want to add two additional things that add some other fun actually three little things that add some fun complexity. So in Total War, we actually get some fun like dilemmas and little notes about these supposed ancestors where the people of Cathay are allowed to do ancestor worship. Not worship in the sense of like worshiping a god, but like venerating your ancestors and having that connection with them. And the something that is supposed, which is played very well, are you'll often get like dilemmas and stuff where you get the choice as the player representing your dragons to manipulate your populace into thinking that the ancestors disapprove of what they're doing by pulling careful little strings, and being able to be like, oh, well, this thing happened, which is your ancestors expressing their discontent with your actions. You need to shake the fuck up. But there are other notes about how like the ancestor spirits communicate supposedly with their descendants, and they might know things that they would have actually known, but that's not that hard to hide, especially when you know what the ancestor warriors, those things I told you about, what they're made out of. Because the ancestor summoning spell to summon the spirits of the dead comes from the lore of yin magic. And the lore of yin is the lore of darkness and shadow. It's literally made up of the lores of death, beast, shadow, and I think it's I forget what the last one is. I
always forget the last one.
I think it's
really
it might
bugs
be
me.
It's not metal. It's
it's metal actually.
Oh no, it is metal. It is. I think it is metal. Yes, it is. Metal. It is metal.
Thanks.
So, and this is the same lore that's used to create the Onyx Crowmen, which the Onyx Crowmen are so Rethan Yin that people, thanks, we know this to a short story, people literally cannot become aware of them unless they're very, like, they are trained. Where, like, if you were to look at an Onyx Crowman, your eyes are, because of what they're just made out of, are drawn away from them. It is a lore of deceit, of trickery, of manipulation. So the fact that these supposed dead ancestors are coming from this lore is, I will say, mighty suspicious.
And that's good. And that's exactly how it should be, because Warhammer is often at its best when it poses great big myths and questions and then leaves us to come up with our own answers. And we can look at this and we can say, yes, all of the Cathayan souls are getting shimmied down that river and all is great with a good old undead dragon at the bottom going, hey, come down to my ancestor party. Sure, that could be actually happening. Alternatively, the whole thing could be one gigantic lie that is put in place to control the people, because the people need to be channeled away from, for example, worshipping the chaos gods or other gods, because they're fully aware of the spiritual nature of humanity and how humanity can, with enough pressure and push in any one direction, almost form gods in the aether. And their job is to stop that from happening. But this process could perhaps actually be creating a version of an undead god sitting at the bottom of the river, because everyone sort of believes it. But the dragons would know that. So there's a whole lot of push and pull here, which is
the last thing
super
I was going
fun.
to say. The last thing I was going to say is the actual function of the Spirit River as well is spooky. Of that, the Spirit River acts as a barrier between the eastern step of the Chaos Waste and Cathay, where we know if someone tries to cross it and they have not been, like, properly prepped, they're not in Cathay's good graces, essentially, and they don't have the proper preparations. If you try and sail a boat across, physically, you'll make the journey. Like, the boat and everything on it, and the people will arrive no problem, but all of their souls have been ripped out of them and dragged screaming into the river below, which is fascinating. That the river is literally sucking the souls of people that get too close to it into it, which allows it to act as a horrifying defense mechanism, but also theoretically kind of leans to maybe that is where Cathayan souls go where they die, because it literally is sucking souls into itself.
Gigantic, river of death spell, which
who knows? But it's spooky as fuck.
And that's great, and I love it. But we're just looking at it with an objective eye. What we can say for relatively certain here is Cathay's no different to anywhere else. And by that I mean, when you die, rituals are performed and your soul goes to what looks to be a pocket realm. And if the proper rituals are performed, you go there. If not, you kind of don't. You fled it off into the aether and you just dissipate into nothing. It's the same story again and again. And the elves have exactly the same story as well, except their one is arguably worse because their souls really attract demons.
Yep. Next race, I'll just speed through because theirs is actually pretty casual and easy. Beastmen, pretty standard chaos stuff. If you die, your soul is going to get munched on by demons or offered to gods or demons and stuff. The Beastmen don't worry that much about it.
Yeah, I would say that there's a big missing component here, where originally the Beastmen had a far cleaner version of being core chaos worshippers who believed in certain things, which has now just turned into almost this rampaging war herd machine that has no real sense of community and beliefs about it anymore, other than murdering everything that's civilized. And I would suggest that there is perhaps here something that could be expanded out in the roleplay game that would give them their own unique set of beliefs.
I'm gonna turn around and immediately shot what I just said in the face. Of that, the Beastmen are supposed to be very deeply inspired by being far more motivated by bestial motivations, bestial cunning. And if you actually look at the animal kingdom, the way that different, especially mammalian species, handle death is fascinating. Beastmen would probably actually have a fairly unique relationship with death that might involve, which would probably depend very much on tribe, of either devouring the dead and believing that you're taking their strength into you by
or
eating
them into herd stones and doing
or
something with
giving them over to herd stones, or having like almost like elephant graveyards where the dead are supposed to go. and it's like driven by more of a bestial compulsion as opposed to necessarily like an intelligent debate. There's a lot you can do with the Beastmen.
Yeah, there's a lot that could be done, and it hasn't been done. I wouldn't necessarily say it would be a compulsion because that takes away agency.
Oh no, I just mean for like certain tribe, like maybe like a particular tribe.
Yeah, that seems fair. But I think that for a species that is so important to some of the core settings of Warhammer, for example, the old world, it has been seriously underserved on its cultural side. I mean, who are they? What do they do and why?
I would, if I were even remotely in charge, the first one I would do is Minotaur should absolutely be that they eat their dead to take in their strength and like make them a part of them. Because that Minotaurs,
the blood frenzy,
they eat flesh like motherfuckers.
Yeah, totally. And each one of the different beasts.
But like, what does Centaurs do? Centaurs are a completely unique species. What are they up to?
Well, I mean, what even are they?
Yeah, I know. They get drunk. That's literally all we know about them is they get drunk.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a big gap in the lore here that could be filled with a relatively short write-up. I mean, you could probably write everything that you would need to.
Yeah, where's my Beastman core book C7?
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need a book. I reckon I could cover all the Beastmen in around about 48 pages and get more than enough detail in there that it would be fully playable. You'd understand who they are, where they come from, what they're doing. Yeah, I'd want more. I mean, I'd much prefer to have 164 pages, but you could do it in a relatively short PDF if you wanted to.
Yeah, which for anyone that ever wants to read Beastman stuff, literally the only book that's good for it is the Tome of Corruption, which is pretty good, but its Beastman section is very small.
Old.
Yeah, it's old, and the Beastman section is smaller than the Norska section. It is. Okay, let's get caught up on super chats for stuff, and then we'll go on to the big one because I think we've hit just about everybody else.
More of that.
Sorcerer Friend wanted to say to Andy that the wedding episode was awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Unless Louisville can use Savior. It was also a nice setup for Boris being reduced to the madman who will become fixated on Kazrak by the end times. Charge the princess next time, Elf.
That was an episode that had so many people afterwards. For those of you who don't know, this is the most recent Lorehammer episode. I think it's up. Maybe
the most recent like core episode.
Yeah, core episode up. We've got one up for patrons as well, which cover some time in between. But that episode at the end of it is the one that I've had the most people get in contact with me and say, no.
But
pretty much like that.
It's guys, it's the finale. Shit's gonna hit the fan.
It's hitting the fan.
I'm very excited for the next core episode. And also, for anyone that hasn't heard yet, after this week's whatever this week's episode is gonna be, I'm gonna be on next week's episode, which I'm so fucking excited.
It's gonna be great. That's only 2 weeks away.
Less now. Only a week and a half.
It's less. It's a week and a bit. Yeah.
No. Hammett, Nagash was weak. Witness true power. That is a very common phrase that is said by a lot of people who very conveniently are not within Nagash hearing range. Drip Critic, link to stream. Any funky stuff for Beastman? Just talked about it.
Well, we just had a wee chat about
yeah.
Beastman.
So hopefully that was something for you. Sorcerer Friend, do we have any potential examples of reincarnation? We talked about this earlier. Could be cool examples why you have the concept of champions of light appearing at the same time Everchosens do. Yep, that could be a system you use. That is very Japanese RPG core focused, I feel, in a sense of the idea of they're always so the champion of light is it was kind of a blink and you'll miss it topic. Which is the idea that they're with Archaon, 13 Everchosens, and for every Everchosen, supposedly a champion of light has risen to have their big epic duel, and it was basically used to justify Vulcan. And then they decided, wait, never mind, and they threw basically that entire storyline in the dirt behind some back alley somewhere, and we never got it again. Yeah, so it got Old Yellered really hard.
It really did.
I would probably say that I would guess if you asked modern GW, they would probably not agree that the Champion of Light is an actual thing anymore. But if you want to have the Champion of Light, if you want to run with the idea that it is a reincarnated individual, there is a lot you're going to have to do there. And I would argue that if you're going to work with that, it's going to be a very core fundamental of whatever story you're telling, because you're creating essentially an entity that always responds to counter chaos, which is cool, but you're going to have to, you have a lot of groundwork you got to build because there's not much right now that would exist to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a core component of late wartime material.
Unless, I will say, actually, unless you want to run with Assurin keeps reincarnating like a phoenix.
But there is.
But like I said, you're going to have to do a lot of groundwork.
Yeah, you are. I mean, I agree. I don't think, though, that as it currently stands, reincarnation or the Eastern version of how souls work is a core component of much of how Warhammer presents itself.
If we do get End, which I really hope we do, I really hope this is something they do for them because it would give them a very unique dynamic. Especially if they do it right, of making it where they have evidence to suggest they're actually pulling it off, but also making it a little weird in some places, suggesting that it's not really what it appears to be on the surface, which would make it great. Because that actual legit reincarnation in the Warhammer world would be incredibly powerful, but it would also be very likely susceptible to some real fuckery, which would make it super fun. Like, that's a good thing. I would want it to be fucky. Current Shima, do you think if the Chaos Dwarfs ME? I don't know who ME is off the top of my head. And their children also go to the... Wait, nope, I fucked this up. Who is the CD and ME?
Also, Shima, if you're still out there, quickly, you are still out there because you got a recent comment. Quickly describe what the CDME is.
Yeah, give me clarification on what the abbreviations are. Also, in general, what happens to non-old one species created such as dragons after death? Okay, dragons aren't actually. Oh, the celestial dragon and moon emperor. We don't know. We don't know what actually happens to the dragons because we don't know if any of them have died except for Shiama. If she's actually truly dead, the dragons, we don't know what's happened to the other. We don't know if there's any dead dragon children. We have no idea. So I don't fuck if I know. Dragons themselves, dragons are a very cool species because the vast majority of them are hyper intelligent. So many of them would likely have something of an afterlife. We do have dragon graveyards in the setting, which is that there's a place in the Darklands specifically that's well known where old world dragons are compelled to go like elephants are when they're about to die. Where if they feel like they're dying, they apparently go there and do, and because of that, there's the dragon graveyard on the Darklands, which is just this titanic area that has mountains of dragon bones, and it's a very dangerous place because that has created its own life cycle of creatures that live there, that feed on the bones or exist there, or are predatory species. Also, dragons guard it because a lot of necromancers have tried to go in there and resurrect zombie dragons, and the fail to success rate has been pretty shit for them because it's dangerous. So what I would say is dragons definitely have something. We don't know much about it, sadly. Like we know, like dragon ogre shaggots are another species where some dragon ogre shaggots don't believe that reality is real. They believe that reality is a dream because they believe that when they're dreaming, that's when they're actually in reality because they're that old and they sleep for such crazy long periods of time. And dragon ogres, go watch our dragon ogre stream where we talk about that, have actually some very complex societal views. Dragons would be very similar, but it's not very well explored within the setting.
This is very easy to sum up. Dragons are super important and very poorly written. So we have almost nothing. And this is an example of something where we would almost certainly say it needs more work. Dragons have been around since the beginning, before the gods were the gods and the old ones were old ones.
Yeah, if anything, they would probably have one of the most fascinating, and I would argue if it was written well, beautiful understandings of an afterlife and death because it predates chaos and everything.
Yeah, there is a big yawning gap here because of the importance of dragons and the difficulty of writing them. So I think, loosely speaking, I'm not entirely convinced that the Cathayan dragons isn't a relatively good model. And by that, I mean, they don't believe in afterlives. They don't believe in the next
they might
step
just say, no, this is it. When you die,
the Aether... Yeah, the Aether and everything it represents is dangerous. So it would not surprise me if they took a slightly different route. But what that route would be, I think, would be a fascinating deep dive into potential lore for Warhammer.
Current Shima, and you're the last part. Trolls, controversial take. That's not actually controversial. Trolls are stupid as fuck. They are the dumbest motherfuckers in the setting, which is their only limitation. Thank God, because otherwise they would rule the world. They don't have a concept of an afterlife because they don't have a concept of much.
No, they don't.
Except for obviously Throg the Troll King, who would probably be a character that thinks a lot about death and probably would have his own unique take on it.
And what does it mean? Yeah.
But that would just be him and his personal philosophizing.
Agreed.
Darius, giants. Giants are very sad, pitiful, horribly just tragic creatures.
And kind of debased as well. They don't have a great deal of deep thought, at least from the ones that we've had described. They tend to be far more interested in just getting drunk and losing themselves.
Yeah, the few giants that are like well capable of being like dealt with are only really more so because they're a little more reasonable, but giants are not big thinkers. And a lot of giants are so. My favorite quote about them, which came from the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition Monster Manual or whatever it was, Monsters of the Old World, did a perfect job of describing that. Yeah. They are so horribly inbred and deformed because of it. The reason they're always so drunk is because existence is painful to them.
Yeah,
and it's horrible. So
they're not what they once were. I imagine back in the days of Sky Titans.
Yeah, I bet the Sky Titans had some interesting philosophizing and debate on that, but not the Giants.
Not the Giants. No, not at all.
Yeah, it'd be going for me. It'd be kind of like trying to go into a place where everyone is just constantly drunk off their ass to just forget about everything and being, what are y'all's complex thoughts about the afterlife? I don't think you're going to get coherent answers.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we're on to the grand finale of this stream, which is more.
Okay, more. More is the god of the dead, sometimes in different versions, the god of death in much of the old world, if not all of it. And Mor has been one of the core deities of Warhammer since the beginning of Warhammer being its own world. So you would think that we have a very clear idea of what Mor does. You'd be wrong. Mor was originally created for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1st Edition by Graham Davis. And Graham ported over the concept of the Lords of the Underworld, as we've seen in many a Greek or Roman style pantheon. Copy, drop, paste. And we're going to call it Mor, taking off the idea of Mori, death in Latin. That'll do just fine. Away we go. Job's a good one. We'll have the idea of a portal. A nice portal, which Mor stands before or stands behind, depending on which version of the lore we go with. And that is the portal between life and death, where if you go through there, you go through to what wasn't even defined as the realm of Mor to begin with, but would later on be called the realm of Mor. Now, what is the realm of Mor? Yeah. And this is where it all gets a little bit loose. When it came to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition, a book was written called A Tome of Salvation to detail all of the old world religions. David Chart was doing the Mor section, and he did not answer this. And we had a discussion about it loosely. Do we answer this or do we not? And we were told, yeah, don't. Just don't cover it, because we haven't decided what it is yet. This was from Games Workshop. So in the 2nd edition, the realm of Mor was literally just the realm of Mor. No extra detail as to what it was or what it wasn't, but some general hints that all Imperial souls, so everyone in the Empire, and then more broadly in the old world, would go through that portal at some point after they die. And that's the whole point of the Portal of Mor, right? There was a little bit of extra detail thrown in during this era of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay as well, and that was the idea that the sacred animal of Mor, which was the raven, which was often seen sitting atop a portal or just sitting on a nice raven symbol, you would hear ravens upon death, and those ravens, the sacred animal of Mor, would take your spirit to the portal. So when you died, you would hear the caw, caw, caw of the ravens, and then you would be taken to the portal where more would be. There was also a piece of lore written for Tome of Salvation that didn't get published. It's a really small bit. I wrote it. And to this day, I'm a little bit upset that I didn't publish it. I intended to put it into one of the 4th edition books, and I'll drop it here very loosely. And that there's at the back of the Tome of Salvation, there's a dagger called the Grieve. And the Grieve is a special weapon to Cain, who is the twin brother of Mor in the pantheon of the old world. And in that one, that was the weapon that was used to kill Mor. Mor was dead. And the reason he was the god of the dead was because he was in the underworld, stuck there forever because he was murdered by his brother. Classic piece of Cain murder nonsense. And there was a lovely little bit about why he did it. It involves Shalia. There was all manner of nonsense going on. And that was quite fun. But I didn't put that in because I had space limitations. I already had it approved, which was even more annoying. Because I had it approved. I was going to put it in another book, and then they cancelled 2nd edition Fantasy Roleplay and moved on to 3rd edition. God damn it, that bit of lore never got in. But loosely speaking, nothing is really described as to what lies beyond with Mor. Lots of little stories start popping up in various other books, where loosely the realm of Mor is nothing. It's basically limbo. Your souls go to where the chaos gods aren't. That's it. It's not this great afterlife. It's not this great wonder. It's not this great, woohoo, I'm dead and I've got something great. No, you just are not consumed by chaos. And you go into the afterlife more, and there you sit, safe forever as a soul, without any further description or discussion as to what that all means. It's just basically, you go there, regardless of whether you're a saint or a sinner. But there is one other concept that's dropped in the 2nd edition as well. And that's that there are sacred realms of other gods, the sacred hunting grounds of Ulrich, for example, or Tal's, similarly, hunting grounds, or the glades of Raya.
The not winter-themed one.
Yeah, totally.
Or
the throne of Sigmar, or whatever else it may be. And certain blessed priests, certain people who were special to these gods, who lived their lives in a fashion that impressed those gods, would go to their realm. But they wouldn't go there because that god came along and plucked them up and went, hello, well done, good job, son, you can now sit beside me. No, that's not what happened. Mor took them there because he was the great deliverer. Later on, when there was the idea that Mor was dead and couldn't leave the spirit realm, what instead he did was he sent his ravens to transport you there to the other realm. And they're the ones that kept you hidden away, probably covered in Ulgu, hidden away from the various demons that might try to predate upon the souls as they're moving around. And that idea was at least popped in, and the idea of a divine servant was written directly into the rules in one of the rituals that you could find inside the Tome of Salvation. And in there, you could summon up old heroes. You could summon up the blessed servants, whether that's the ravens of of Mor, or some equivalent, and you could summon them into reality. And that included previous heroes from previous generations who may have, for example, done something marvelous in service of Sigmar because they had gone to that god's realm. So that was kind of coded into the game. When we came to 4th edition, when we were writing that part, it was just left with a very brief, yep, he's the god of death, and he does stuff, and he's got his ravens, and he's got the portal. You go through the portal, you go to the afterlife, job done. And that's, loosely speaking, where it ends. You would think that this would be a core component of all of the writing for at least the afterlife of Warhammer, because the Empire has been the core setting of so many novels. Nope. We're at this point, how many years later after Mor was first created? That's about 1986. So we're looking at about, 40 years?
Almost 40 years, yeah.
In 40 years, we don't know what Mor's realm is. We do know that Mor's brother, Cain, has screaming hells, mentioned in a couple of places, and that if you're murdered by Cain, you likely go there, and Mor doesn't get hold of you. At one point, all the way back in 1st edition, there was an attempt to equate Cain with necromancy. Go figure, but that never really stuck. And we have ourselves what is now a complete grey area, which might be appropriate given it might be limbo. And that is, we don't know what happens with the core god of death in the Warhammer setting because it's never been properly written down. Lots of people have written around it, and lots of people have written around it quite expansively. Yeah. But
it is not at all unusual to come across two quotes a lot in a lot of different Black Library books, which is like the gray. It's like, oh, it's the gray realm, and it's always very much like Andy said, it's very limbo-y. There's nothing happening there. There's no excitement. There's no suffering. It's just quiet.
Yeah.
But one of the things that is interesting is that I think Andy is really onto something when they talks about of that. It's literally just keeping you away from all of the sucky shit. It's putting you in like a nice bubble. And one of the things that we see with Black Library books that talk about necromancers in particular is when you have a necromancer POV is they often are terrified of Mor and describe him as the jealous god of that trying to raise spirits or raise anything more complex than like a zombie or a skeleton often requires them to steal someone out of Mor's realm, which apparently is considered exceptionally risky because if you get caught, you just get fucking smited and you die. Which is very, very interesting of that. It's almost like necromancy is the way that it's developed. Is that it almost, when you read from like a Black Library perspective of these more advanced resurrections, it almost kind of comes off like a game of trying to steal a chicken from a chicken coop. But you are a very tiny fox and Mor has a very big gun. And
yeah. I think there's something else that's worth saying, though.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
If we go by the Liber Necris, it's all bullshit.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
literally
exactly.
None of this is true. None of it. And indeed, I referenced that in the Tome of Salvation. In the Tome of Salvation, do I have a copy of it here? I literally dropped it in at the end of the first chapter. So if I can pull it out here, because there was a prevalent belief in Games Workshop that this was actually the case in this era. And that is this. I'll read it out. Life after death. This is the quotation. All lies, all lies. There is no afterlife. Mor ferries you to the gaping maws of hungry, uncaring gods. We are naught but food for all their insatiable hungers. Deny him, deny them all. All is chaos. Found anonymously scrawled across the walls of a Talabheim temple of Mor in 2522. And the reason that was done was because there was several writers who said there were no other gods, that it was all chaos. Mor doesn't exist. Now, that's demonstrably untrue, but it's always good in the myth to support those ideas because the myth is that that might be the case, and that is a good thing to support. Doesn't mean it's actually true. We've got lots of proof that Mor as an entity probably does exist in some fashion or another. What we can say, though, is that very possibly Mor's realm might not exist, and that the core of what the Liber Necris says is true. That's if you want to go with the gods are stupid and we should never pay attention to them, which is very much Mafra von Karstein's preference. And that is loosely to say...
Vampires hating gods? What?
Indeed, yeah. Who would have thought it? But that is loosely to say when you die, if your soul is very powerful, it will retain its integrity and probably be eaten by a demon. Or alternatively, it will just dissipate when it moves on to the other side. That is the end. Nothing else happens. And that is actually the case probably for most. Mor actually saving you is probably not common because as we've seen from the various miracles, the vast majority of miracles are based off of prayers. And these prayers are mentioned by priests across the old world, but only one in like 10,000 times do they work because very few of the priests are actually blessed by their god. Meaning the vast majority of all of their attempts to stop souls going off to, being taken by necromancy, for example, fail. Going to Mor? No.
Vast majority of priests of Mor are not blessed priests. They're just priests essentially in name. Like they do the ritual, they do the rite and everything, but it doesn't actually do anything. They're just jumping through hoops.
Indeed, which means that the vast majority of souls are probably just lost. Or Mor is real and is doing this, which is also a legitimate reading of it. which means that if you die, you will hear the call of those raven, and you will be ferried over to Mor, who will be sitting there looking like a rather aristocratic gentleman of the empire, because that's generally how they describe him. You mean
just like Jesus is surely a blue-eyed blonde man?
100% just like that.
Absolutely.
Generally given a widow's peak with his hair receding, and he sits there behind the portal saying, "Come on in, we will take you into my realm." And then you just wink out. You don't remember anything. You're not having conversations with other people. You are basically now just wandering around in limbo, doing nothing, perhaps just maybe mumbling something every once in a while. Your soul is now safe on the other side of the portal. That is also legitimate reading. But that is actually an extrapolation from the lore as we have it. That's not what the lore says. The lore just gives us Grey Realm stuff. But what we do have is some very clear, definite things that have happened. Number one, necromancy works. It does. You can pull back the spirit of almost any skeleton you find and ask it questions with certain necromantic spells, which immediately says a couple of things can't be true. Or are, and it's based in the material realm. Number one, you're not summoning their spirit back. That's one potential. What you're doing is you're using magic to effectively access old information in that area, and it has nothing to do with their soul.
Yeah, it's just like imprinted code that's left on their body, essentially.
And that kind of works. In fact, that is what Manfred von Karstein says happens. You never access their soul because it's been destroyed as it moves through onto the other side. You can never talk to your relatives. They're gone and always will be. So that's one reading. Or alternatively, Mor's realm doesn't work and you can summon them back, except in very rare occasions where a blessed priest has gone, no, you can't do it on this one. And it fails. It doesn't just require blessed priest, though, because any living saint, so for example, like say Pergunda or whatever, when they die and their bodies become living saints and they never rot or whatever, they also can't be brought back by necromancy. So any of those perfect creatures that have somehow managed to live on forever, they never come back. That's also relatively not common, but it pops up in a couple of books here or there. So someone who is so blessed by their god that when they die, they never perish. And they are often brought out in reliquaries or something similar with their perfect undying body. But they're dead. They're absolutely dead. There's a nice little bit about the grease of Kakino, which is Saint Kakino, who has literally the grease scraped off of his corpse every day, and they use this blessed grease for a variety of rather horrific things. But they're also immune to necromancy. But the vast majority of necromancy spells involve bringing back dead who shouldn't be able to be brought back. So the choice that you have out there is either the necromancy spells are all lies in that they don't bring back those spirits. What they do is they're just magic and they bring back a simulacrum of it. They bring back effectively a copy.
Possible. Yeah.
100% possible. Or all of chaos is shit. All of the gods are shit. When the souls go off, they literally go off and they drift around. And the vast majority of them can be brought back again because that's what the spells allow you to do. And that is a fascinating example of how Warhammer doesn't make sense with its own background sometimes. And we then have to try and make some decisions to try and ensure that all of the myths allow all of these things to take place, because it is certain that necromancy works.
Yeah.
Which is a thing.
Yeah. And something that's really core here is that the messiness is part of the flavor and what makes it a lot of fun and what makes it allows like these are all arguments that your own characters if you're doing Wolf Rip or whatever, or if you're just trying to write within the universe, things they have to struggle with is that there are contradictions and things get messy and who's right and who's wrong, especially when you have some seemingly very strong authority figures, whether it's your Archaons or Manfred von Karsteins, or another good example is take Volkmar. Volkmar the Grim has this really cool treatise that he writes in the Liber Chaotica, where Volkmar basically says something along the lines of Volkmar believes that when people die, their souls get essentially absorbed or like eaten by whatever god they believe the most in. That their souls fly off and become a part of that god, make that god more powerful. And the god gets bigger because it's absorbed a little soul. And that's why the gods are so hungry for souls and are constantly trying to convert people and trying to do all this stuff, because that's all that matters to them. Once again, it's very in universe, and there are lots of things like necromancy, which kind of says that Volkmar is full of shit. Because if that was true, then how are necromancers pulling out pieces of these gods and remaking them into the people they once were without any issues?
And there's a bigger problem. Why would Mor be one of the biggest gods in the old world when literally no one worships Mor? They don't worship Mor. The only ones who worship Mor are the dead, because he's the god of the dead. Only the dead can seek his protection, after all. They're the only ones that truly matter. The dead don't pray, though. And the dead, it's a weird one.
Yeah, but it's like, I love Volkmar's argument, because to him it makes sense. Oh, that's why chaos is so powerful, because so many people worship chaos. And the reason Volkmar argues this is Volkmar almost very much has this opinion of, we shouldn't worship any other gods. We should only worship Sigmar, because then we're boosting Sigmar. Therefore, problem solved.
Volkmar saying that because that is what Games Workshop wrote the gods to be. Back when the first edition was created, basically the gods were just collections of souls. And the elves understood this, which is why the elves often emulated their gods so that they could be protected from the worst that lay out there, which is why I built my paths from. For my rules, for my Warhammer Fantasy roleplay game. But all of the gods were nothing more than the great collection of souls that most closely reflected them, which meant that core beliefs, core aspects of being alive had the biggest, nastiest gods sitting on the other side, because being alive kind of sucks. This is how the Realms of Chaos pitched it. And when Marianne was doing an in-world version of that, he used Volkmar to describe it and to basically say, this is what this particular belief is, and this character is going to describe it to you in an in-world fashion. And that's why it was done. And it was done because that is, as far as many Warhammer writers are concerned, what the gods are. But they're demonstrably not. And that's the worst part, because so much writing has been done for Warhammer that if that were the case, most of the gods wouldn't exist. Because most of the gods do not represent such core emotional aspects.
Yeah, if I remember right, there's like an almost immediate follow-up counter argument, but I think it's either Volans or Teclis, where it's like, yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's the way it should be, because it's almost like Marianne was saying, look, I understand this is what they all say, but seriously, it doesn't make sense, because it doesn't. And that's good if it's written in lore. And that works perfectly, for example, as it's done in the good old Liber Chaotica. That is a really good example of the different ways that they can manifest. It's when they God voice it, like they do, for example, in the Realms of Chaos book, that it all begins to collapse.
Yeah. The OG Realm of Chaos book. Yeah.
Yeah, the old God. Yeah, the original.
Yeah. So some other fun things to also consider is that there are also underworlds that we know nothing about other than they supposedly exist. Supposedly. A really good example of this are the Hex Wraiths. So the Hex Wraiths, which were introduced in 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy, are a fascinating group. So they're these terrifying spirits that are very heavily inspired by stereotypical Grim Reaper, where they're they are literally burning, horrifying ghosts that are cackling with glee, these big two-handed scythes that chase people down on skeletal ghost speed and chop the shit out of them. And you go, oh, well, that's just standard stuff, until you read their background, which says that the Hex Wraiths exist on their own. That they're that on Hexensnacht, which is a particular night within the Warhammer world where things are spooky because there's lots of magic, these entities known as Hex Wraiths would come bursting out from fucking nowhere, and they would hunt traitors. They would specifically chase down people who had done great, horrible acts of betrayal. They would hound them until they eventually caught up with them, because they're ethereal ghosts, so they can go through fucking anything, and then they'd reap their souls and drag them screaming down to some hellish underworld, and nobody knows fucking anything about it.
No, they come from Mor's Realm.
Oh, are they Mor's
The
Realm?
Hex Race. Yeah, they come from Mor's Realm. I completely forgotten about the Hex Race. Gosh, that was ages ago.
And
I
so
remember
you have this
reading
whole
going,
thing about a
Yeah.
necrarch. A necrarch discovers how to bind them and to pull them outside of Hexenstock and to control them. But they're
which is
once
mental
again,
if they're meant to be in Mor's Realm.
yeah, which like they are once again a really fascinating thing of that you look at them and go, oh well, there's this crazy underworld thing, but then when you really squint at it, you go, wait, are these just divine servants?
Yeah,
because they look like divine servants and they kind of act like divine servants.
And I think in some respects that's where we can loosely sum it all up, which is this. You have the realm of the gods, the realm of chaos, the aether. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's the other side. And in the other side, we have the aspects of the soul which are not physical. So we have things like your intellect, or the ka, as it's referred to if we go back to the ancient current side. You have your actual brightness of soul, your ability to do magic, your kaibit, whatever. No, your second. You have all of those parts, and you've got your physical parts. And when you die, they separate. That seems to be the case. Now, whatever happens next is entirely up to you and your own games. Because in Warhammer, there's multiple myths. But most of those myths boil down to the following. A ritual is followed, and you will go to an afterworld where there is a godlike entity, maybe more than one. And that godlike entity will be served by servants. Divine servants, you could call them.
Oh,
demons, you could call them. Oh, do you want to say something?
Yeah, the only thing I want to add for the Hexers I forgot is that it's not that they hunt down traitors. They hunt with people that have been cursed with a mark by Mor. So
there we go.
Yeah, they hunt down traitors to Mor.
Traitors to Mor.
They also take souls, and it's vaguely implied they seem to come after people that have been taking from him. So like your necromancers and such.
So your soul, and the correct rituals are done, goes to another realm. And in that realm, the soul will be safe from the depredations of other etheric entities. Not just the chaos gods, but demons, things that are swooshing around, various entities that we might think of as relatively benign in the greater scheme of things, like dryads, which are actually spirits, and they can move into the spirit realm as well. So there's a whole variety of spiritual entities out there that you are now safe from, and you will maintain your intelligence if you somehow get there. If you don't, your soul dissipates, or worse, is sent through, because it's so strong, the etheric realms, and who knows where it will land. You could land almost anywhere. There's lots of pocket dimensions, so to speak, that are ruled over by various underworld gods who all have their own servants, but they're really small in the greater aether as a whole. The vast majority of it's one giant war zone between the gods. And you just get launched into the middle of there and are consumed. And that's what will happen to the vast majority of souls. It seems quite likely that most necromancy doesn't do what it claims. And it does what Manfred claims. And that's that most necromancy does not contact the original soul. Most necromancy can bind a soul in place and keep it, definitely. So if it's recently dead, you can bind it there. Most necromancy can do a whole variety of things with the recently dead, but with the long-term dead, what it's doing is something quite different. It is using the Shyish almost to move back in time, or to get into the material components it's got left and access the information from the past. But it is not accessing the soul per se. And that seems to be a very likely outcome. But in terms of the real world demonstration of this, does it matter? When you cast your necromantic spell and Uncle Tom comes back and goes, "Why have you disturbed me? Uncle Tom, where did you put my bloody glasses? I can't find them anywhere." "They're in the cupboard. Leave me alone." Okay, it doesn't matter if it's really Uncle Tom or not. But if we're looking from the outside with a God view, it probably isn't Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom's soul has probably been devoured by some hungry god or demon or something worse out there, because very, very few souls manage to survive. There's an even bleaker outcome that you could also have, which is none do. All of them go. And anything that becomes an etheric entity, let's say an exalted champion of chaos becomes, I don't know, some great demon prince. It's just not a demon prince. It's just a demon. And it just has all of the trappings of the mortal that reflects it, but it's not its soul. It's a completely different thing now. All souls are devoured when they die, and some come back again because of the belief of people, because magic is real, because certain things can occur. And it doesn't actually matter what anyone believes. All the gods are almost, to a degree, a kind of a lie. Everything is consumed after death. There is no long-term outside interference from the gods. That sucks, and it's horrible.
Cough, vampires, cough, Archaon trying to kill all the gods for a reason, cough.
And they believe that, and that is good, because I think from the perspective of defining what all these things are, it's better not to have definite answers, but it is very good to have lots of people in world believing different things. And this is ultimately where, in some respects, our stream sort of collapses. And we have mentioned it would several times, because there are several parts that are absolutely key for the Warhammer world that they haven't defined. And the biggest one of them all is the most important one for this stream: More. He is so poorly defined that all we know is he has a realm, probably, maybe, and he probably takes souls through there, but we're guessing when we say that, because it's not strictly defined properly anywhere. And that is a huge gaping hole that we are just left going, well, it seems to make sense from the thousands of references we have around it, but none of them actually just simply say, More takes souls to his after realm like this. This is what happens. This is what people believe. This is what the priests do. This is how they handle it. When somebody dies, they do this, and this. Some of that's detailed, as in what they do to the corpse afterwards with the Mourners Guild or perhaps a priest of More. But then they don't say what people believe is happening. They don't say what happens.
Yeah, there's actually a really cool scene that reinforces a lot of this confusion and interest in Gotrek and Felix Giant Slayer. When Gotrek and Felix are wandering through the paths of the old ones, Felix gets lost for a second and he wanders essentially into the ether. And he goes through multiple weird little like bubbles, which are just these different parts of the ether. And one of the ones he like literally ends up with is just hell. Like it's almost like the Christian hell, where there's this entity laughing at him and about to torture him for eternity and being like, I'm going to eat you and I'm going to torture you for all of eternity, before Teclis grabs him and pulls him out and is kind of like, Kane's, it's etheric bubble, don't worry about it. But it's a really interesting scene of kind of reinforcing that it seems like a lot of people get shunted out into this wild ocean and get sucked up into one of these little pocket dimensions and have a bad time. It's
that basically describes what happens to elves when they die. Their souls are so powerful, they pop out, they go zipping out, and most of them, like lodestones, get sucked straight into the realm of Slaanesh, because that's what their souls are like. Hyper emotional, hyper obsessive, hyper excess. It has literally nothing to do with, Slaanesh is chasing them. It's literally, that's where their souls go. Elves naturally fall to Slaanesh. And that makes sense when you look at how the elves have been described as their characters and what they are. So I'm cool with it.
Got some super chats I want to grab real quick. I just got here. Did I miss something?
Just nothing at all.
Almost 4.5 hours. No, you're fine. Hammond, are the people in Sigmar's Hall now Sigmarines? Not yet.
Not yet, but it'll come. God damn it.
Though, funny enough, that gets addressed in Age of Sigmar, but that's a stream for another day. Darius Road, man, giants are depressing as shit. For me, the most depressing thing in Warhammer. We'd love a stream on them. We'd love to do a stream on them. That will happen definitely at some point.
Yeah, giants are a good one.
Yeah, I will say though, we definitely won't until the new Cathay book comes out, because apparently the new Cathay book is going to reveal new Sky Titan lore, and that will be important. So
nice.
We'll have to see. Darius Rose, especially if you know somebody like that. I don't know what this is specific reference to, because this was posted 5 minutes or almost 10 minutes ago. So feel free to add context. Hound of Ill Omen. The only thing I'm getting from this conversation is you have better friends on the other side. You better have friends on the other side. Cue the audacious music. Yeah, I mean, unironically, there are characters that exist within the Warhammer world that believe this. You better have somebody ready to catch you on the other side. And
there are really characters who believe that worshipping the gods is the worst thing you can do, because they'll eat you. It's not that you'll go through to the other side and you'll live in a great, afterlife. It's that the gods will literally absorb you. You will become it. And that's what Volkmar, in many respects, was suggesting inside his piece in the Liber Chaotica.
Yeah, at some point I'll have to do like a focus video on it because it's a very well written and good thing that makes you sympathetic to Volkmar's views. But he does have kind of a funny thing of like, oh man, going to any of the gods sucks except Sigmar. Because Sigmar is an exception. He's super cool, which is very funny. Volkmar's funny. Do zombies spread via bites? No.
No.
Though there are forms of corruption that can spread via bite, but it's not a typical zombie. It would be something unique.
Yeah, indeed. Warhammer zombies are a slightly different kettle of fish.
Yeah. And with that, we're all caught up, and I think we've talked about everybody.
Skaven.
Oh, yeah, we can't forget. The Skaven are genuinely very funny. The Skaven, funny enough, their afterlife in many ways is the most, I think, realistic to what their regular life was, where they just enter another rat race, which is the realm of ruin.
In some respects, the Skaven are exactly the same as most species who have an afterlife, and that is basically you go into the next life, and it's more of the same, but what you consider as the ideal. And the Skaven ideal is that constant rat race, that constant betterment of others, constantly getting one over everyone else. And it just continues. It never comes to an end.
Yeah, and there's a very good chance you're just going to get eaten by a vermin lord or the great horned rat.
Yeah.
Very high chance.
What I particularly like about the Realm of Ruin is that it's definitely real. It's definitely a thing. There are definitely entities that come from there. There are definitely etheric creatures that are doing crazy shit over there. And there is even an equivalent of the Council of 13 over there.
Yeah, we even know what it looks like. Like, it's got some nice descriptions. Yeah.
There is a fully functioning Realm of Ruin. And in many respects, because it exists, we can then properly say, yeah, the Realm of War exists too. And you know what? The Realm of Erech-Kail almost certainly exists. And all these other little pocket realms almost certainly exist. They are definitely there. And you could experience all of them. But getting to them is a lot harder than I would suggest the Cult of Mor would tell you.
Yeah, just say some nice words, slap some coins on his eyes, bury him. He's fine.
And he is not fine as his soul drifts off into nothingness. But it's in many respects, it's a little bit like many a Final Fantasy game. Whenever you kill someone in Final Fantasy, they tend to just drift off into motes of light because that's often how they like to, not leave corpses everywhere. I was going to say, that's what it is in Warhammer. You die and your soul just drifts off, but it leaves a corpse behind.
Equals Texas. I mean, no, it feels more like just equals America at this point. But it do feel that way these days. Okay, we did talk about Chaos Dwarfs. Chaos Dwarfs don't believe in anything. They think death is they don't think about it because to them dying is weakness, and the Chaos Dwarfs abhor weakness. But if anything, you are a component to Hashut. You belong to Hashut.
I would say, though, that that's something that I think could do with a good bit of extra development because it feels like there should be more there.
Yeah, but a lot of the big bad Chaos Dwarfs, if anything, they'd probably see it as you become a resource. You become a part of Hashut's great machine, or something along those lines. Australia, yeah, definitely the wildlife of Australia. But okay, just some quick ones. I'm just grabbing hobgoblins. I would be shocked if the hobgoblins didn't have something equivalent to the Great Green. Like they are greenskins at the end of the day.
I would prefer that hobgoblins were greenskins than have hobgoblins be this unique, weird species that are completely different to everyone else. So I would like to see the Great Green wrapped into that.
Kojima, Amazons. We have no idea. They're not that well explored.
Yeah, we have the weakest of information for them.
Yeah, especially because if you go by some sources, Amazons don't die very often, according to some sources. Like they live practically for fucking ever.
They're almost the children of the old ones in ways that you don't expect. Carrying artifacts of the old ones.
Indeed. Which, speaking of which, we can safely say that brings us to the end of today's stream.
I think so.
So just a quick couple of little talking points before Andy does an inevitable little outro for us. that we will be on this Sunday, assuming nothing happens. Things have been calming down. There's been a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. But
holy crap, yes.
Yeah, things seem to have been calming down a good bit, hopefully. And this Sunday we'll be discussing the artifacts of the old ones. So if you want Amazons, you better show up because we're definitely going to talk about Amazons.
Damn pretty straight we are.
And that is our last episode, standard episode, before I leave and I'm gone. So there will be no Wednesday episode this upcoming week. It's not going to happen. There won't be one. So don't show up. There will be nothing. The following Sunday and Wednesday will both be in person, which is going to be super exciting. Oh, someone snuck in here with a good one. Araby, great question. I wish I could tell you.
I can't even tell you what the religious preferences are.
Yeah, we have
versions of RFA have had very different versions of what they believe.
Yeah, we have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
Like someone who drinks to not deal with pain. Oh, Sag. Giants being relatable for certain people in the audience. Last thing, we do have threads available on, not last thing, but last things. We do have threads available on both the Lawhammer and Loremaster of Sotek Discords to suggest ideas for what we might do for the Sunday and Wednesday episode. We're not going to be doing like the vote thing. We're just going to pick ones while we're in person and we chat about it. But please suggest ideas. Albion is looking pretty cool, seeing as I'll functionally be an Albion.
So clever.
Yeah, so
clever.
That might be a very, very big think in that one. So we might do that. But if you want to suggest any other guys, please do, because we're just looking for cool ideas. Other than that, Lawhammer this week is on, not off.
We're on for this Friday. Holy crap, we will be dealing directly with the impact of what happened in that episode we were discussing earlier, where I might have shouted a little bit too loud and deafened some of you out there. It was pretty horrible on Lawhammer, and characters died and things happened. And the week after that, there's going to be a visitor, and we're going to have a very special episode, which will not be part of the whole, train. It's going to be a special episode where Sotek can play something rather special along with the rest of the cast.
Oh, great. I can't wait to massively fuck things over for the party dealing with the ramifications in the core storyline that'll follow afterwards.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Rookery on this Saturday. Do y'all have any?
Yes, it is on this Saturday. I have no idea what it's about because I've been outside of that dealing with real life stuff. So I can tell you if you give me 2 seconds.
Sure. While you're doing that, I'll just grab some things about the fishermen. Make it up. That's what we did. Make it up. But I would say look to cultures that deal with the ocean a lot. Look to cultures from Oceania or various island cultures and what they believe about the afterlife with their relationship with the oceans, and take some inspiration there. Great Book of Grudges. Oh, great question. Real question. Lord Mortkin, when he died, because he died in a very unique way. Mortkin's story literally ends with him very deliberately choosing to die as a man rather than a servant of chaos, because he wants to go to a specific afterlife, which is that he wants to go to the halls of his ancestors. And he believed that he successfully did it because he never technically signed the dotted line and never technically sold his soul to the dark gods. Whether or not he succeeded is totally up in the fucking air. We don't know.
We have a bloody marvelous one on this Saturday.
Oh, who is it?
So it's I never met him, so I'm looking forward to this. But it's a chap called John Baltena who teaches roleplay games over in California as an actual subject. And his topics is exploring how TTRPGs work, what TTRPG existence tells us about ourselves and the world around us. It's basically what is TTRPGs and why they're so freaking cool. So that's going to be really cool. That's Saturday at 7 p.m. Looking forward to that a lot.
Quintus, I would also like nice weather. I tend to prefer it a little on the cooler side, but hopefully it'll be nice and we'll see what happens.
What we call cool, you probably call cold.
Yeah. Alex, what a terrible wish that will not be fulfilled at all in the slightest.
Yeah, one of the great joys of doing a role-play game is sometimes characters that do not die in the real Warhammer world die hard in your own versions of it. I don't know where it's all going to go. Let's find out. It's going to be quite fun.
And who knows? We saw death blows, but maybe they might not technically be dead. We'll see.
Yeah, good luck with that. So let's
good luck with that,
end with a nice little death commentary, and that is that the Warhammer world has a pretty fixed and established story for what happens when you die. And that is your soul drifts free from your body and it dissipates into nothingness. If your soul is strong, and that is generally depicted as someone who is a wizard or who can manipulate the aether in some fashion and has a brighter soul on the other side, and that includes pretty much all elves, it's more likely to drift off and maintain its consciousness for a little bit longer so that it can actually feel the torture of being devoured by something else. However, most species in the Warhammer world have got some form of etheric entity, god, demon, other creature on the other side that looks out for them. Meaning that if their soul drifts up, hopefully this etheric entity will pluck them free and take them over to a divine realm where they will be hopefully hidden from the very hungry demons that prowl around in the realm of chaos. Not all species have this. Most will just die and drift into nothingness or be devoured by demons, but many will not. And we have very real realms on the other side that gods maintain. Most gods have got their own realm. This is the place where all the souls gather that are them, if you go with that version of the background. And that realm, whether it's the divine hunting grounds of Ulrich, or whether it's the realm of ruin or the Skaven, or whatever it might be, that realm houses souls that often maintain their intellect and can potentially be brought back to the Warhammer world. Which loosely means that if you're a GM or if you're a player of any character that dies, most likely your soul will be devoured by something horrible. Particularly if you die by some sort of horrible creature that says something like skulls for the skull throne, or perhaps blood for the blood god. Yeah, you're probably going to corn, and very likely your poor old soul might even be twisted and remade and reforged into some sort of horrendous little demon. That's the bad side of Warhammer. But if you happen to be someone who is deeply religiously motivated, perhaps you are a blessed priest of one of the gods, or alternatively a very magical entity, it's possible that you might land somewhere else. But probably not, because in the end, all is chaos, and that's not so good for living forever in the afterlife.
You know, there's something very funny and horrible, but funny, about imagining that all of those skulls in their corns thrown are like just the sentient remainders of those people's souls, and you're just stuck there being sat on by Korn for eternity.
There's a couple of stories. Yeah, there's a couple of stories that pretty much suggest that. That, for example, Skulltaker slamming all the skulls into place, and that they still have their sentience, muttering away about the horrible ways that they were taken down, whispering how their deaths were particularly horrible as they were beheaded once more. Yeah, which is pretty fun.
So anyone that wants to be has a thing for being sat on by giant armored dog-headed horrible blood gods, maybe there's a chance for you. Right.
And just on death, Quintus, also that arrow, this in reference to my last Lorehammer episode, the arrow went through the neck. I won't say whose neck it went through. You didn't specify windpipe and or jugular. That's my headcanon until you break my bubble, Andy. Friday, I will be breaking your bubble.
I was going to say, Quintus, I also was huffing copium when I saw that happen. He didn't specify instant death, so maybe it's fine.
I have all manner of fun and exciting answers for you this Friday at 7 p.m. UK.
Quintus is just never watch an episode ever again. He's like, it can't happen if I don't watch any other episodes.
Good timing.
All right, thanks for watching all.
That was a super fun one.
Yeah, we will see y'all on Sunday. And until then, please take care and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And like I said, I knew there were no votes, but this was going to be a weird one. It was like a hybrid. Hopefully it was fun. Anyway, we're out.